Dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs indeed. Welcome everyone to Conquerors of Nolyn. This time around, featuring Team Green, who just recently has gone down the whole adventure all on their own. This team departed from Redemption about a week-ish ago. I could check my diary, I guess, my journal of travels, but it's been a week-ish. Team Green has departed from Redemption with a few tasks of their own to people to pursue and endeavors to complete. They went all over to Donalune Valley where they met Kraz's master, then they went to Hanjamar where they were following the trail of Lucas and met a hedge wizard by the name of Ragamuffin. Eventually they descended all the way to Wildhaven where they were trying to track a blizzardling who unfortunately died in your attempt to save him. Then you departed to Greyford. Well, before departing to Greyford, you also found Lucas imprisoned and freed him by paying his bail. Then you went all over to Greyford, whereupon you saw a festival of remembrance, and you discovered that Rand, your traveling companion, apparently is a descendant from a indigenous village of the Wildlands, and he is what they call a Nagual. Then all of you return to Wildhaven to further some investigation of your own, had an encounter with the daughters of Eredor and the cult of Quanivican, whereupon some of your traveling companions died, but you managed to bring them back in a timely manner, which also gave you new information about how the cult operates and some of their modus operandi. Then you quickly and hastily made your way back to Hanshimar, and then through the crossing and finally back at Redemption. Whereupon, after having returned, you went to the guild to exchange some news, I guess? I don't remember if you went to the guild or not.
We did.
I think we did because isn't that where we left Tuitaka or whatever?
Yeah, Tuitaka and Lucas are both being left at the guild.
Gotcha. And then lastly, you all said your farewells to Ragamuffin once you met with Xerxes, a tiefling who apparently was a contact to Regaurent, Kraz's master. But you also discovered a little bit of a secret about Xerxes himself. But regardless, you sent Ragamuffin with him to become a new apprentice under Regaurent and learn his way around magic, just like Kra once did, oh so long ago. And that is where we left off last session, with all of you saying your farewells to Ragamuffin as he walked off into the distance, followed by a pale-skinned tiefling. So, Team Green, you find yourselves in the main thoroughfare of Redemption, and I ask you, what do you do next?
Are we gonna go see Buddy?
I was just going to recommend us going to see Bud Rupter.
I mean, yeah, we can do that.
Well, I know where his shop is. I'm gonna miss Rags.
We will see him again, don't worry, Sienna.
It was okay, but I always felt there was tension in the room.
I'll miss him. He's a good guy. But I mean, if Kra is any point of the matter of knowing how to cast spells, I mean, he's got a good teacher to learn from.
So, are you guys heading up to Budhopterhu's shop?
Yes.
All right.
Dinar attempts to stop himself from smiting Basil.
Apparently. Confusing. So,
What the heck?
all of you guys make your way through the main thoroughfare of Redemption. Before we move on, Neo had stayed behind at the guild to make sure that Lucas is instated there properly. But I imagine all of you guys wanted to be present for when you guys go meet Buddy, right?
Yeah, I imagine they
Yeah.
would have waited for me, so I would have caught up with them.
I will send him a sending message that we are waiting for him,
All right, fair
and
enough.
we are going to go to the body.
Yep.
We
So
didn't
once
have a rest between last combat and now.
Yeah.
Guess we got several.
You had many
No,
rests.
well then I need to up my spells.
Yep.
You should be fully all set.
Mm-hmm. You all should be at full hit points and with all of your spell slots. And prepared casters should also have their. It's a new day, so you get to prepare your spells. So yeah, you Cry. You send a message to Neo, let him know of where you are going, but not necessarily why. And eventually, he shows up after you wait around for him for a moment. However, Neo shows up without Lucas in tow. He shows up alone. As Anthony had been talking both with Tiwitaka and Lucas, and since you stayed behind Neo, you know to a degree more or less what was talked. Lucas has a whole set of skills that the guild could use in smaller forays, not necessarily going where you guys are going, but there's a whole lot of things that Lucas could do, especially in the city. You hear some words, some rumors about a group of mercenaries, well, not necessarily mercenaries, but an actual big organization from Mythos that seemingly is trying to learn secrets from the guild, the Truth Seekers they call themselves. And there is a barefolk man by the name of Vane Kuhl who is desperately trying to find ways of getting into the guild or steal things from the guild, and they pretty much hire Lucas as some sort of spy to roam around city and try and make sure if he can see any one of these people roaming around and report to the guild immediately and try to out them. So Lucas is pretty much for a while going to be just roaming around city, just doing his own things and trying to rat out members of the Truth Seekers who might be trying to hide in the city. Tiwitaka, on the other hand, seemingly is a very accomplished hunter, but also he seems to have an affinity for detecting portals and other realms, and they are trying to understand how did that came to be and how they can use that and if they can teach that to other people as well. and they pretty much are trying to figure out how Tiwitaka came across these abilities and see if there's a way they can start to make this a more global thing in the guild, to send to whatever new forays into the other planes are going to be happening, if other people can use some of this knowledge. And then you lastly, Neo, after you see that Lucas has been forwarded into some sort of like pre-training to start doing this new endeavor, and both of them are, Tiwitaka and Lucas, are under the protection of the guild, you feel relaxed enough to know that Lucas will be safe here. And then you make your way into the city itself, to the city proper, to meet up with the rest of your group.
I will definitely share this information with the party.
Alright, so all of you hear into this story of how the Truth Seekers are trying to steal things from the guild, and how possibly in the future the guild will have new extraplanar abilities and technologies, quote unquote, thanks to Tiwitaka, and how some of your other guild members will be more safe because of Lucas's endeavors.
See, we're just building up the strengths of the guild. Come on. I'm sure Lucas will be fine there.
Yes,
I'm sure in turn that makes them safe by proxy.
Yes, I believe his sticky-fingered nature may come in handy. I can't help but worry, of course.
I'm sure he'll be alright.
Well, I'm certain he'll be alright as well, especially if he has the guild's protection. He will be fine.
Neo, you know if anything happened to him, we would be the first to go after him again, should anything happen in the worst case.
I know, and I am thankful for all of you.
Now, let's lift that chin up and press forward, shall we?
Yes, where are we headed?
But Doctor Who?
Very well. Good source of information and potentially an opposite of a stereotype.
I think he's a good person.
So, as all of you walk down the main street and eventually make a familiar turn at the merchant's quarters, you all find yourselves in the... What is the name of the shop that I wrote down in here? The Wouldn't It Be Nice Adventuring Bits and Pieces. Bits and Pieces, even.
What exactly does Buddy sell? 'Cause I don't think we've ever gotten a description of his merchandise.
We did, but it's been forever. He sells pretty much like wooden things, furniture, and nothing in the way of weaponry, and a few like small wooden trinkets, nothing of which is magical in origin. Although I don't recall if any of you guys ever tried to detect magic inside his store.
I don't believe we did.
But regardless, nothing of what he has is magical. Well, nothing of what he has to sell, at least, is magical. Except though, you do recall there was a broomstick. Well, a broom rather. That was that was brushing the floor of the shop most of the times you have been around, because apparently Budhopteru is always crossing his arms, and instead of actually holding onto the broom and sweeping the floor, he's commanding the broom to do that. And once you get inside the shop, there was a spiral staircase in the corner that went up to Coltel's little leafy chimney shop portion, where he sells tea and tea stuff. But as far as Budhopter, whose part of the shop goes, it's just wooden furniture and small wooden trinkets as well.
Is Buddy there?
Yes. As you return, you do see that the shop has been repaired in your absence. The glass pane at the front has been fully repaired and changed even, whereas before the name of the shop was on the little plaque above the door. Now it's written, it's painted into the glass pane window that has been replaced. And once inside, you do see that Buddy is there, and Coltel is also there, although he seems to be taking it easy. It seems mostly to just be hanging on and trying not to do any heavy work. But as soon as you guys approach, and I imagine come in, Buddy immediately turns with his arms crossed, looking at all of you. Ah, Sienna, my dear friend, you are back, and you have brought such a vast array of company. Some old faces and new faces as well. What can I help you all with?
We were interested in sitting down and having some tea upstairs.
Ah, tea is it now? Well, fair enough. Let all 9 of us indulge in some warm beverages. And he, still with his arms crossed, starts to go towards the spiral staircase, and you find it odd that Coltel does not follow along as fast. Seeing as he's the one who handles tea, he just seems to mostly just quietly salute all of you by bowing and saying his hellos.
I'll ask how he's doing. How are you doing, Coltel?
I'm doing much better. I have had time to rest and recuperate. I'm doing much better. Thank you for visiting and for doing whatever it was that you did back there. I appreciate it.
It is no problem. I'm glad that you are strengthening yourself and getting back on your feet.
There I am, yes. But come on, let's have some tea. And he waits politely for all of you guys to climb up the spiral staircase before following behind all of you. And as you climb on top, it is a large enough mezzanine, but even then it's not large enough for as many people as there is right now, with all 9 of you. It starts to get a little bit cramped, but everyone still fits. But you imagine there probably won't be getting any more customers going on while you guys are there, or at least not in this top portion of the shop, for people to sit down and enjoy tea in the shop itself. But regardless, the as you climb up, you see the Buddy himself is handling some tea apparatus, but he still seems to have his arms crossed, and he's seemingly is doing this with the assist of some mage hands. And after he, as you all finish climbing up, he just sort of turns around and, using the mage hand, starts to hand little teacups with the little plate thing that you hold the teacup in.
Saucer.
Yeah, the saucers to all of you guys, and eventually you all see a tea kettle with boiling water just flying around as it slowly starts to deposit hot water into your teacups. And actually, not just hot water, but already water with tea infused into it. So he just pretty much just pours some tea for all of you guys, and you see that there's a more somewhat opulent chair in there. All of the seats are wooden chairs with somewhat ornate cushions, both on the seat and on the back. But the one that he has also has like armrests that are also cushioned, and it's a little bit bigger and larger, and you see that it's way more comfortable than the other chairs that you guys are being that has been left for you guys. And he sits down there, still with his arms crossed, and apparently not drinking tea whatsoever. And he just says, "Well, you have been gone for a while. I tried looking for you, but I was told you had left the city. I hope you had found what you were looking for, and that your travels were mostly pleasant."
I think we did find what we were looking for.
And now you have more questions.
We found a lot more than we were looking for.
Oh, such as what?
Lots of demons.
And the ability to turn souls into trinkets that these demons have.
Quite a feature that is abnormal as is.
And a daughter of Eridor.
Well, that is quite a lot you have been through. All in this past week.
Yes.
It's mostly like Wednesday morning, really.
Yeah, it's been a crazy few days, to say the least.
I see. Well, now at least you can all stop worrying and rest. You are among friends and in safety. But do tell me more about your stories. You found the daughters of Eridor. I have not heard of anyone coming across them in quite a while, and normally those who do not live to tell the tale.
Well, I killed one of them.
And we almost didn't live to tell the tale.
Pretty close there.
Were it not for some quick thinking on the part of both Sienna and Parr, we would have lost two of those we hold dear.
That is troublesome.
She seemed to be handing out these trinkets that were low priced to lure people to buy them. And that seemed to be a focus of some kind that the forge masters would use to create these soul gems.
She was asking her customers' names.
That is indeed a tactic employed by the cult. Oh. You see, knowing someone's name gives you power over them, for beings from the hells at least. And making transactions such as buying or selling trinkets forms a deal between you and this otherworldly entity. And once you have done a deal, and in a creature's name, you are at their mercy. You should be very careful when making deals with anyone that you come across. You never know.
With anyone.
You never know if they are going to be a fiend or not.
Right.
I suppose I'll have to be a little more vigilant.
It would help, yes. And if you must, I don't believe that for most dealings you need to be throwing your name as well, your true names, that is. And if you are traveling with your dragonborn companion, and he kinda looks towards you, Donar, I believe your friend has a very good sense when it comes to otherworldly beings.
I do. I see right through their disguises.
It was this sense that first led us to the suspicion of this daughter of Eridor.
Also, she just gave off a weird vibe.
And you killed her, you said?
Cut her head off.
Oh my.
I'm just going to describe how she looked to Buddy.
Okay.
Maybe he knows something about her.
It seems the fiends were very upset that we did, in fact, part her limbs.
And it was you who did the killing blow, right, Rend?
She deserved it.
Oh, I have no doubt in my mind that you did. And yet, by doing so, you have also placed a mark on yourself. You see, many fiends and fiendish creatures, whenever they die, they do not outright die. They return to the hells. And they hold a grudge against whoever it was that killed them. And I believe she might try and come back and return the favor to you.
Well,
I'll keep your back.
that raises a question, buddy. The fiends we've killed have turned into these puddles of black goop. Does that only happen to the fiends that don't reform in the hells, or does that simply happen to all of them when they die here?
That happens to all fiends. Their physicality is not meant for this realm.
But it didn't happen to her.
Well, she was a
Wasn't
creature
it?
of this
Yeah.
realm. If there was a time when this girl was just a girl who did not have anything to do with fiends and demons and the hells. But at some point she sold her soul. Her body is still from this realm, but her soul and her mind is no longer from here. She might return and she might not look the same than what she looked when she was alive.
I'll keep sending her back.
You should kill these creatures in the hells that prevent them from coming back. But you're not going to the hells, are you?
Not yet, anyway.
What do you mean, yet?
Well, if the path of Pasperon takes me to the hells to destroy some fiends, then that is what I shall do.
None of us particularly like the actions of Quinivi Khan and his cult. It seems that
Indeed.
we have a vested interest in stopping them.
That is might brave of you. This is a very big endeavor. Not that I do not trust you, but this is not something any one small group should endeavor to do alone. You have help from the guild, I believe, on this matter.
Yes.
Is there perhaps any information you can provide us about the hells?
Not any more than what I have already provided you. The hells are a very quaint place to be. It is not meant for mortals from this realm. The very air is toxic. The very earth is filled with hatred. And every denizen of the hells seeks to undermine and destroy one another. And whoever else steps foot in their realm are seen as prey.
We'll see about that.
Doug, are there other people in the mezzanine who can overhear us, or no?
Just you guys and Coltel, really.
I'm going to look at Buddy, and I'm going to say, is that why you left?
Alright, so as soon as you say that, Buddy looks at you with a very... He squints his eyes and just looks at you. Why do you say those words to me, Sienna, my dear?
Jesse.
Why have I never seen your hands, Buddy?
As have I never seen your true face. And yet, I don't go asking about it.
And Sienna drops her smile. I didn't know people could see through that.
There are those who can. I am one of those. And I can.
Perhaps I'm just a little bit lost here.
I hope the guild had any trouble since I brought you to their attention.
Fortunately, no.
I wasn't expecting Anthony to come. I'm sorry about that.
Come again, what did you say?
I said I wasn't expecting Anthony to come. I'm sorry about that.
Well, there is no problem. What is done is done. It is in the past. And the past, as we know, serves only as foundation for knowledge, not for regret. But it did open new opportunities in some regards. Tell me, Sienna, as much as you enjoy tea, I feel you enjoy information a little bit deal more. Is there anything you need from me, Sienna? Anything I can help you with, like I did last time?
I'm just going to look at everyone else at the table because I don't really have an answer. So if they have something they'd like to say.
I'm a bit lost at this moment. Because, it's just kind of like, oh, hey, yeah, all this stuff's getting dropped. So Basil's just kind of been sipping his tea quietly, just kind of letting the conversation go. And, I mean, he can totally insight Buddy if he really wanted to. But I think Buddy hasn't been very deceiving right now.
Have you heard about my deity and savior, Pasperon?
I have, yes. I have studied the Almighty to a degree. I find their stories very interesting, but I have no interest in dealing with them.
Cat hands?
Are your friend trying to make some type of remark?
He's just being Rend, unfortunately. We came to ask you if there was any more information you might be able to give us about the cult, or whether or not there's more than one of these Forge Masters. I'm pretty sure I killed one of them, and I watched him melt.
And we would like to know more about the others. How many of them are there?
That and possibly how their skills work, because they seem to be able to just basically do that forging right away, and that's a little disturbing.
Well,
Yes, trapping the soul on a whim is something to be very cautious of.
I can definitely help you with that. There is information I possess that I'm very careful with, lest it ends up in untrustworthy folk.
I think that we've been able to keep secrets thus far. I certainly haven't been loose with my tongue.
Neither have I. With the secrets your lot hold. But we're not here to brag, we're here to discuss. And I have something in mind I would like to discuss with you. This information I have It is very valuable for me to be giving it away. Even though your intentions are good. And all 7 of you have proven yourselves to be able to do more than any ordinary folk. I propose a deal. My information for a favor.
What's the favor?
You have gotten a very good foothold within the guild. The foothold that I have within the guild is flimsy at the best. Certainly not enough to ask for favors or anything of that kind. But you, Sienna, I believe that after my last favor, you have gotten into the guild's goodwill. I would like for you to go to the guild, to your herbalist friends, and have them hire Cotel to work there.
I thought Cotel worked here and ran the tea shop.
That he does. And he can still do that. But
But does he want to do that? Did you ask him about that?
I believe it is safer for Cotel to be within the guild. We have seen what happened last time that he was here.
Sometimes it's not about safety. It's about the people you want to stay with.
Well, Cotel, would you like to tell our friends here about your own thoughts? And as all of you turn your heads collectively to stop looking at Cotel, well, stop looking at Bud Hopterhoof, and start looking at Cotel, who's in the back, holding his own saucer and teacup, and kind of just been watching the conversation without saying anything. He just looks at all of you guys and just kind of shrugs a little bit. I trust in Buddy. He tells me that I'll have many more opportunities at the guild to grow and do more.
27.
I'm sorry, I missed what Cotel said because my Discord froze.
He said, I trust in Buddy, and I'm checking this out.
Yeah, he totally does. You can tell that Cotel is not at all being deceived, controlled, or anything. He's just a little bit nervous to be put on the spot right now. But he seems nervous, but he seems very earnest. He does trust in Buddy.
Well, I mean, if that's what you want to do, Cotel, I mean, I don't know about the others, but I'm sure we could put in a good word for you.
Would have to see how good he is at alchemy first. I can't recommend him if I don't know his skill level.
True.
Yeah. Well, he's an herbalist.
Yes, Coltel here is a very good green thumb for the herbs and plants in general. And I have no doubt that he is a very quick learner, and he would learn the ins and outs of being a herbalist for the guild in no time.
And you
So-
want this just to protect Hotel.
Come again?
I'm asking Buddy if he wants this just to protect Hotel.
Yes and no. I would very much appreciate if Coltel had a little bit more protection from ruffians. And he would find that at the guild, but at the same time, no. I feel that the guild is not very forthcoming with everyone else about what is going on. And I feel that the guild holds on to secrets of their own. And I would like to be able to be closer with the guild.
Everyone has their secrets.
That's true.
Exactly. But I don't quite trust people who holds so many secrets as they do, and harbor enemies like they have been doing. I fear for the city of redemption. You know very well how the politics of this place is. We have a mayor, but the big authority of the city is the guild. If the guild decides to do something, the mayor's word means nothing. If the guild decides to turn the city around for any reason, they can and they will. I fear that the guild holds too much power, and we don't quite know what the guild intends to do with all this power. I'm afraid that even though the guild has been doing several many things, most of which have been for the good of the city, I don't quite know that the guild is looking out for every person's interest. Not only that, but even in town itself, there has been many occurrences of demons and creatures, warlocks, and other threats so close to home that the guild knew very little about. I believe that the guild watch out for things, but we should also watch out for the guild. Hence why I wanted to have a closer look at it.
I can understand that. Knowing what's going on helps you base your decisions better. But I'd have to ask the question, you're not intending harm for those in the guild, yes?
Of course not.
Inside.
Sure, go for it.
Yeah.
Insight.
I'm hoping for Basil.
23.
Just because I'm gonna add my tiny little 3 card to it and make it a 22.
Can't
Okay.
see my card. My card's broken.
Let me see if I can see your card. No, I cannot. Weird.
Yeah, something weird's going on with the cards.
Yeah, because both Brian and I said that the cards are broken for us, and apparently it's not just us.
It works for me.
Yeah, it's weird that you can see your card and we can't. It's something on Roll20's end, I'm assuming.
Yeah, Roll20 just had a hiccup.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can refresh it then.
I don't know what's up with the cards. But, oh no. As soon as Buddy says no, Sienna and Basil, the two of you looking and scrutinizing his facial expression, the way he speaks, everything about him, just feels earnest. He indeed does not seek to harm anyone at the guild.
I look over
Basil,
at Basil.
look. Basil's just going to look at Buddy and being like, I'm thinking, and he just says, I'm guessing that the reason you have such concerns about a group having such power is, I would say, from some of your own back history in your previous times in other places, I'm assuming. And knowing that so much power in one spot is not a good thing. And so that's why you have such concerns.
If I am to be truthful with you, my minute friend, it is not so much that. I understand power being held by only one person or only the one organization, but I am I'm a person who does not trust others very quickly, nor easily. And I don't know what they are doing, and I don't trust them. And I would prefer to know. You seem awfully curious about my past.
No, just thoughts, all things considered. But what you say is true and plausible. I mean, honestly, not the fear of the unknown and not knowing is always one that gets to many, and quite a few.
Then you understand. I would prefer to be able to know what the guild is planning, and what the guild is up to, and what secrets are these that the guild holds that seems to draw so many enemies. If I were able to know that, I would feel much more comfortable with whatever decisions the guild are making.
You know, if they find Coltel spying, he'll be severely punished, right?
Oh, I do not intend for Coltel to spy at all. I just intend for Coltel to work at the guild.
And if he hears anything, he'll tell you about it during dinner.
Exactly. Besides, if Coltel is at the guild, and eventually the guild needs some professional expertise, or someone who knows a thing or two a little bit better about this evil you are all facing, I would be more than happy to be recommended to go over there and tell them about it. I'm sure that Kotel will let them know that I know a thing or two. and to go and tell them those things myself. In exchange for favors, of course.
Speaking of which, does Kotel know about your past?
Well, he didn't seem to respond when I brought it up.
You see, I trust Kotel.
How long have you known each other?
Long enough for trust to have been established. Several many years.
Can Neo roll insight to try and see what the nature of this relationship is?
Sure. Make an insight check, Neo, for relationship status. Because.
Or you could ask.
I'd like to think Neo would just know, but with a 12, I'm not too sure.
It's odd. Definitely there's a professional relationship going on between Kotel and Buddy, but that's on the surface. A little bit underneath, you get the sense that the both of them are close friends, and the fact that Buddy seems to trust Kotel implies a whole lot more. But at the same time, you have been getting this weird feeling from Buddy that he's incredibly shrewd in the way that he says things, the ways he behaves, everything else that goes on within. You're not entirely sure what exact kind of relationship they have. If both of them mutually love one another, if Kotel is in it for love and Buddy is not, if Buddy is somehow manipulating him, or if Kotel has some sort of leeway or holds some dark secret over Buddy. It's really hard to tell. You can tell that it's not just a simple relationship, but exactly what it is, not able to pinpoint that.
How did you guys meet?
How we met. Let's say that Kotel here was looking for help with something. He was looking to make a deal, and for his luck, I was the one he was dealing with.
Oh, so you're sugar daddy.
My friend, you're incredibly loose with your tongue, are you not?
So I'm told.
You know, it really worries me. This kind of behavior you seem to have.
And here I thought I was the one with a loose tongue.
And although I understand that is your nature, Rand, I would suggest that you try and have a little bit more composure and be a little bit less rude in the future. And I would like you, Rand, to make a wisdom saving throw.
You get +3 because you're near Donar.
I finally felt a save.
You feel compelled, Rand, to hold back on your comments and you think to yourself, I have indeed been kind of rude with the things that I have been saying. Maybe I should listen to what Buddy is saying and watch out and be less loose with my tongue. And you just nod to him, accepting his suggestion. But what about it, my dear Sienna? Do we have a deal?
I would have to see him work a herbalism station. I have one with me. If you would like to do it now, but I would at least have to know that he knows the basics. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I can get him in.
Fair enough. Well, Kotal, I believe you have to put your talents to the test. And you watch at the back of the room as Kotal just nods and says, Alright, what do you need me to do?
Sienna will pull out her herbalism kit, not her alchemy kit, because that's busy making a potion, and she'll just say, just make something simple. Something small, medicinal poultice.
Oh, okay, alright. And he picks up all the things that you have, he sees what he has to work with as you pull out your herbalism kit, and he seems to spend some time pondering about what you do. And you see that again and again he's kind of muttering to himself, pondering like, what can I use from here? And he just looks around at his own tea shop to see if there's any other herbs or plants he could be using. And then eventually it takes a long time at first to know exactly what to do. And as he goes to do some things, time and time again you find yourself, see it as you're watching him work, mentally thinking, yes, do that. But you see Kotal second guess himself many times, and it takes him way longer to actually apply the ingredients that he should be applying. But eventually he does makes a healing poultice of kinds, and as best as you can tell, it works. It is good, but if this was a life or death situation, the patient would be long dead by now. He seems able to work, but he doesn't seem to have the same grit to work as fast and as surely as someone who's been trained into medicine and, well, rather field medicine as you have can do. But he seems competent.
Sienna will look it over, and then in the flat tone of Nox will respond with, acceptable, but I hope no emergencies happen. And while you are around, you need more confidence. You take too long.
And Kotal just kind of looks at you and nods. Says, I know, I just... Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
You know what you're doing. Act like it.
Oh, I'll try. Thank you.
I guess I'll talk to Villavel.
From the back of the mezzanine, Buddy, who's at this point finally he's taken a teacup to himself, and he's holding onto it and sipping his tea. But you see that he's using his very long sleeves to hold onto the teacup, and you can't see his hands still. But he smiles very widely. Oh, I told you, it had potential. And I'll be waiting for the results. And then, I'll be more than happy to share some information with you all. And I guarantee you it will be worth your while.
So shall we head back now to the guild and see what we can find?
Well, thank you
We-
very much for the information. What was your name again?
Budhopterhu. But you can call me Buddy.
Very well.
How much for the tea?
I would say it's on the house in account of our friendship, but something tells me you will not let that be.
She has a point.
It's always good to pay your tabs.
Well, seeing as in the future you will be working on your own. What do you say, Kotel? How much for the tea? And the horsefolk who's at the back of the shop, still cleaning up his hands from all the herb mixing that he had been doing. He just looked at all of you. Well, this jasmine tea is kind of easy to procure, so it's all right. I would say just 2 silver pieces will do.
I'm gonna put down 4 on the table and stand up.
I put down my 2.
What was
Same.
that for the group or individually?
It was 2 silver pieces for the whole group, actually.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm putting 4 down. I assumed it wasn't 2 a person.
Yeah, that works.
And you see that Kotel starts to go and to try and make some sort of protest, but he seems to stop himself and just nods. Thank you. I hope the tea was enjoyable.
It was good tea.
Well then.
As enjoyable as the company was, but I do believe we'll be leaving now.
Always a pleasure to see you, buddy. And Dinar extends his hand.
But Hopterhu, he looks at your hand as well as you extend it to him, and he just nods towards you.
I chuckle and
A pleasure as well, Dinar. And he goes to grab your hand, but instead of just holding out one single hand, he kind of clasps it with both of his hands and shakes it. So
got it.
And also his hands are covered by his sleeve, so it's kind of tricky to tell. Like, he seems to do it in such a quick slime motion that you get the sense that indeed there's something wrong with his hands, but still it's hard to really pinpoint it without a visual hint or cue.
I'm just enjoying our little dance.
There you go.
I'm sorry, I just remembered I have one last question.
Sure.
Buddy, a creature's true name, would that be the name that one was given, or the name that they gave themselves?
Ah, that is a philosophical inquiry. A creature might be given a name at birth, another name when they become of age, another name after they do something grandiose in the eyes of their peers. But no, a creature's name is that with which they identify themselves with. If you think to yourself, what is my name? That is what your name is. If someone calls you by a name, but you do not, it is your given name, but you do not identify that name as your own, it holds little power over you. Everyone has a name that means the most to them. That is a creature's true name.
And if you can't answer that question when you ask yourself, if there isn't one answer,
then you are lying to yourself. There is always one name that screams louder than the others.
have a good day.
Same to you. And he just stands atop the mezzanine, watching from the window as all of you guys make your ways downstairs and then out of the door and back into the street as Kotel kind of escorts you towards the door. And as you guys are walking away in the street, you can look up and you can still see through the window of the second floor, Buddy just watching over you all as you start to walk farther and farther away out of the Wouldn't It Be Nice and the shop. I will make your way back into Redemption.
Should I not have called out, Buddy?
He seemed to not enjoy that, dear.
I mean,
Times of demons, it's best to keep your allies.
but to be honest, you and Donner knew, and eventually it could have slipped. So while he might be upset, at least we're all on the same level now, in a way.
In my opinion, regardless of what a creature is, if it has no intent for ill will, it's not a monster.
I
Could be the
agree.
bloody Tarrasque, as long as it's not causing destruction. I have no qualms with it.
I agree. I felt like he knew that we knew. Might as well just remove the pretense, I suppose.
There's that.
I suppose the question is now, shall we dispel the effect on Rend, or shall he continue to learn his lesson for speaking too freely?
Well, Neo, you're the magic person. How long does that spell last?
I suspect he has at least another 7.5 hours to go.
I do not believe I have the power to remove it.
I do not currently myself, but I can quickly look it over in the guild, and I suppose I can have the effect off of him at a later time.
Rand, how do you feel about this? I feel you should be alright. I mean, all you're having to do is maybe hold your tongue a little.
He can still talk, right? It's just he has to be very careful about what he says.
Yeah,
Or
pretty
did Buddy
much.
actually want him to really like shut up forever?
No,
I
it's
think
it's,
he
it's
was commanded to be polite.
yeah, it's pretty much a don't be rude, don't be crass, don't be polite sort of deal. It's a suggestion suggesting him to be polite, less loose with his tongue. By which I mean, don't say the first thing that comes to your mind.
Which still could be why Rend is being silent, because if he can't say the first thing that comes to mind, he either says something nice or nothing at all. He's saying nothing at all.
Randall just point, Neo.
Yep. That makes sense. That's Rend.
Oh, how interesting. Well, you did bring it upon yourself.
To be honest, dear, there were other quips throughout the more recent days that were also questionable.
I would remove it from you if I could, Rend.
But I suppose I shall do the nice thing here. I shall look into a dispel for you.
Will that take less time than the spell is supposed to go on, or will that take?
Yeah,
how long will
probably.
that take?
It won't.
This would actually be up to the DM. I never actually used my level up spell swap, so if I could, maybe I can swap out one of my spells for Dispel Magic for the moment.
No. Should have done
Then-
that at the level up.
Then yeah, Neo can't get Dispel Magic until the long rest tonight, so oh well. I guess Friend is stuck with suggestion for now.
Or you can buy a spell scroll of Dispel Magic, or you can wait 7.5 hours.
Maybe Buddy will be nice and let him go early.
No. This is not the first time Ren has been crass in front of Buddy. So no. But, as you find yourselves in the main thoroughfare of Redemption, with a quiet barbarian in tow, what do you guys do?
I'm going to go and look for a breastplate.
Sure. A breastplate, easy enough. You find one at the Steel Thunder Blacksmith, right by the main thoroughfare. There is a servant caribou that seems to be a blacksmith who's working on several things, and he has a little shop. And among the things he sells in his shop, in his blacksmith, is a breastplate for 400 gold pieces.
Excellent. You wouldn't part for that for any less, would you?
Well, there, sir, to be fair, you are from the guild, and they told me that your adventuring types from the guild are entitled to a discount, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
Well, fair enough. Let me run some numbers for you. Alright, I can make that for 340 gold pieces, if you do not mind, sir.
That sounds good.
Jannar, would you possibly do a favor and get me one as well?
Yes, since we're using this out of this money that we obtained.
I feel that I'm wearing out this lever a bit too tight.
So we would like 2 of those.
Alright, sirs, 2 breastplates coming right up. Just let me take your measures and see the best fitting ones I have. The 2 of you are very different physicalities, if you do not mind me saying so. Same price for both. $340.
Can Par wear a breastplate?
I can. It's medium armor.
Yep.
Okay.
So we're going to spend 680 gold pieces.
Would he be willing to take the studded leather armor?
I mean, it's not in the best state ever, if I'm being fully honest with you, sir. There's cuts here and there's blood splatters, but I suppose I could take it off your hands for a reduced price. Let me ponder for a moment on how much it is worth for me now. Mostly for disassembling and repurposing some of bits and pieces of it. Studded leather armor, you said.
Could I try and persuade him in a seductive way?
Yeah, of course, you had to go there.
Sure. How are you trying to seduce him? What are you saying?
Strip teasing out of the armor.
All right. Why not? Make a... I will let you pick between persuasion or performance.
Ugh. I'm gonna throw my card.
Do you know what your card is now?
I do not.
Can you throw it even?
I would say you can at least drag it onto the screen, and then maybe it'll pop up on the stream.
There. I dragged it onto the M of redemption.
Oh, it's a jack. There we go.
Ooh, okay, so at 20, he... he seems very hot and bothered whenever he starts
Let
to...
me just slip on out of this, and then that will make it easier to get cleaned up, wouldn't it?
As soon as you start to... As he approaches with a measuring tape to start take your measurements, you make a show of stripping out of your studded leather and pretty much just letting him take your measurements, probably shirtless even, and just kind of making some poses here and there and making some huffs and puffs. And this man, the servant who's taking your measurements, he seems to get a little bit hot and bothered here and there. Like, he tries to avert his gaze, but you can tell that he's definitely looking and watching and certainly drinking in on the sights. And at the end, he just kind of seems to go away kind of hurriedly, and he seems to be walking a little bit weirdly as he walks away. Excuse me, sirs. Let me fetch you the breastplate for you, sirs. Just a moment. And as soon as the bikes are gone, he returns with 2 breastplates in tow, and he also took away your old studded leather. And he's like, sure, sir. I'll take that off your hands for 30 pieces, 30 gold pieces, if you don't mind.
Sounds lovely. You've been ever so kind.
I'm just gonna kiss him on the forehead.
As you do, he kind of seems to, his eyes open very widely, and he blushes a little bit, and is just appalled, like, let me know, sir, if you need any armor and weaponry fitting in the future, I would be happy to take your patronage later on, sir.
I'll have to remember that. Toodles.
Uh, feel free to come back. The Steel Thunder anytime, sir. And he extends his hand towards you. I'm Bertio, by the way.
My name is Slen. Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Slen.
With that, also Basil will look around and just kind of turn around and to the blacksmith ask, "Do you have any, say, short bows here?"
Of course. I have all sorts of weaponry. If you're looking to do some damage, we have it. In the way of ranged weaponry, we have these short bows, we have the long bows, we have the crossbows as well. Darts, if you're looking for that. And there's a contraption coming from the old country, as you know it. Some pistols and revolvers. Don't know that it's the most easy to use piece of equipment out there, but it's definitely a banger.
Interesting. The pistols and revolvers are interesting things, but I'm looking for. I'm feeling more just the short bow for today.
Fair enough, sir. The short bow will be 25 gold pieces. I imagine you're also with the guild, are you not?
Yes. Me and my allies here, the nice, gentle Minotaur you met earlier, are all members of the guild.
Fine, that'll set you back only 21 gold pieces then.
And can I get some arrows and also some darts?
Sure, of course. Arrows and dart coming right up, sir. As for arrows and dart, just a second. I closed the book just as soon as you were saying that.
Well, I have to have ammo for it, Doug.
I know. Yeah, it's 1 gold piece for a bundle of 20 arrows, and darts are... Oh, it's 5 copper pieces per dart.
So 10 darts would be...
I don't know, 5 silver.
Alright, so 5 silver, and I'll give him 2 gold, so that'll put it up to 23 gold and 2 silver? 5 silver?
Are you buying 40 arrows?
Yeah, I was gonna buy 2 bundles.
Oh, okay. Then yeah. Mm-hmm. It is that much, yes. 23 gold, 5 silvers, and also you cannot carry arrows in your backpack. You need a quiver, which is 1 gold piece.
So that would be 24 gold.
Yeah. 24 gold,
okay.
5 silver.
Alright, I can do that. And let's put and let's see about fitting the arrows, and we'll call it. Alright, that should be all that Basil needs. He'll look at the nice blacksmith and say, "Thank you again, sir. Glad to appreciate the business."
Appreciate your patronage as well, sir. Hope to see you back again.
Figured I needed some ranged equipment to better handle things when I'm not able to reach enemies that are nearby.
Yeah.
Anyway.
As
I
all of,
learned from Lilith.
Ooh. As all of you guys are kind of loitering around, just waiting for measurements to be taken, and then eventually breastplates are pulled out in appropriate size for both Donar and Par. I imagine you will also want to sell your old armor, right, Donar?
I was actually planning to hold on to it, at least for the moment.
Okay, fair enough. Saves me the time for looking
He could
for
probably fit it into the bag of holding.
the price for that, but sure. Fair enough. Then the caribou who presented himself as Bertio, he looks back at all of you. So, can I help anyone else of uses with any weaponry, equipment, adventuring gear?
I don't suppose you would have anything to help bolster my defensiveness.
Depends on what you're looking for, sir.
The player is looking for something Neo can wear that's not armor because Neo can't wear armor. Anything that can bump up his AC a little bit.
So you're looking for magical items.
Possibly, but anything at all that can bump up the AC.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's probably going to be magical items.
Yeah, only magical shenaniganry.
Well, if the caribou here doesn't have any, maybe he can point Neo in the right direction.
Fair enough, sir. Down the street, take a left at the very end, right at the hospital, and you should be finding old Elmaz's sorcery sundries. He sells some magical items and also buy some magical items too if you're dabbling in those things. Fortunately, I don't know much of that area myself, so I can't quite give you any pointers aside from look it up to Elmaz's.
Thank you, and I will tell them that you have sent me.
Please do.
I guess I'll make my way over that way.
Alright.
Probably when we're all done here, though.
Are you all done in here then?
I am done.
I'm done.
Okay.
I don't suppose he has wooden armor of any kind. That would be just as effective. I can't wear metal.
What armor are you looking?
I don't know. Studded leather would be better than what I have now. I would also take. I don't know if you could make a wooden breastplate, or a bone or a shell breastplate or something like that. As long as it's not metal. I'd take studded leather if it was just leather studded with wood or bone or something. I actually think I'd go for the studded leather more than the breastplate.
Well, Mrs. There's these, I don't know if it's much your style, but if you're looking for protection, there's, some folk who recently killed quite a mighty beast, and a very thick hide, and they are, they sold it around. We did not know what to do with it. Long story short, we might try and fashion a breastplate out of that. Don't know that it would be great, but it would not use as much metal. I don't know if that interests you.
Well, I can't have any metal.
Well, I believe it is the least metal I can do is try and fashion these sort of chitinous carapace this beast had, and try and fashion it into some sort of armor. Maybe use some leather straps, some ingeniosity. Maybe that could work. How about that?
I'll think about it.
Fair enough. I'll look it up. See if any of my colleagues have anything to say about that, and if I see you again, I'll let you know how that went. As for studded leathers, there are some metalless variations of them studded leathers. They're a little bit heavier though, if you don't mind.
Much heavier.
Not much. So the studded leather weighs 13 pounds. The non-metallic version, because there's they're trying to put in more material to kind of hold everything in place. It weighs up 16 pounds.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay. The price is the same though.
Okay. What's that with the guild discount?
Oh yeah, that is true. With the guild discount, that comes for 38 gold pieces.
Okay. I'll take it out of the bag and put it in my inventory.
Okay.
So Sienna's getting some not studded leather armor.
Yeah, it's studded with bones and many small strips of leather to kind of hold all this thing together. It looks a little bit rustic here and there, mostly because of all the bones going on. But aside from that, it's pretty well made. The defense holds up very well, and there's not a single scrap of metal to be found in this piece of armor.
Neat.
Hooray, my AC has increased by 1.
One can always be a benefit. Let's not lie to it. So cool.
Alright, I'm gonna get rid of my standard leather armor.
Alright, are you selling it?
I mean, if he wants to buy it, sure. I'll donate it if he really wants it. I don't care.
Okay, you can have 5 gold pieces for that. That's half the price. Alright, so is that it for everyone else?
Everything I needed.
Yep.
Okay, so you guys make your way then to Elmas's Sorcerer's Artifacts and Relics? Or rather, Sorcerer's Artifacts and Sundries?
Yep, I'm at least heading there. I don't know what else anyone else would need from there.
Okay. When you get there, you find a very cranky, older dragonborn who's just handling things, and you imagine that this is old Elmas. Elmas? I don't know how to say that. But anyway, he sells some magical items and artifacts. So what are you looking for?
Something to raise my AC. Does a Ring of Protection do that, or would I be looking for Bracers of Defense?
Braces of defense are ridiculously expensive. Ring of Protection does that, but also does a Cloak of Protection.
Okay, either one of those, hopefully they're not too expensive. That would be what Neil's looking for.
A Cloak of Protection is the cheapest.
And I would like to test if they run on souls or not.
As you try and do that, Cry, you notice that none of these items seem to be running on souls. However, you also notice that Elmas does not sell that many magical items. Mostly things just that are common and uncommon, and if it's anything higher than uncommon, the chances of him having it are very slim.
Well, I would like a ring of protection or a cloak of protection too, then.
Okay, Ring of Protection is a rare item, which he does not have, but he does have cloaks. The
How many?
Cloak of Protection gives a +1 to AC and saving throws. It's uncommon. It's 300 gold pieces.
But does he have 2 of them?
He does.
And how much it would be with a discount?
As you ask around for the guild discount, Old Elms, as he kind of gets very cranky, and he does not seem to care much for guild discounts.
Then it's 300.
Yeah.
600 for both.
Yep.
Can Neo try to haggle these 600 just a bit?
Sure, make your persuasion, I guess. You kids are always wanting things for cheaper. At my day, everyone bought what it was for whatever price it was, and no one ever haggled. You... fine. 250 each.
Thank you. And if the party doesn't mind parting with 500 more gold for a couple of us, then we will buy ourselves a couple of cloaks.
And definitely if we need more, would get to, like, if these work really well, then possibly we'll come back and purchase more. So that should help the AC of our 2 little squishy folk.
Yeah, I'll take out the 500 gold from the bag now.
Someone already did.
Oh, we did already? Okay.
Okay.
Yep, I did
1300
that.
to 8.
So the Cloak of Protection is an attunement item, and you can only wear one cloak at a time.
I don't think I have any magical items attuned, nor do I have any cloaks. It's not going to be an issue for me.
Alright.
Same here.
So Kra and Neo, the 2 of you don your new Cloaks of Protection. Your AC raises by 1. So does your... you get also that bonus for saving throws.
Yeah, the drag and drop adds that automatically.
Yep, it does. Also for the saving throws, I believe. So you're good on that end.
+1 to saving throws?
Mm-hmm.
I now have a 0
Nice.
for a dexterity saving throw.
Fun.
There you go. Should we... And with that, I don't think there's anything else we need here. It's great getting that purchased, but if we're planning on traveling to a dangerous thing, we should probably maybe think about maybe some healing potions, possibly.
Yes, healing potions would always be handy in case our healers are a little too far away if we are in the heat of battle.
Or tied up at the moment.
I mean, I can heal you guys from 120 feet.
There are 2 regular potions of healing in the bag of holding, 1 greater and 1 superior.
Perhaps we should stock up on a few more of the regular strength potions then?
Yeah, whatever we can find. Got a little funds we can spend on that.
Well, as we're already at the Sorcerer's Sundry's store, perhaps the wise old Dragonborn inside here has some more potions?
potions of healing, he does, but he does not sell them at a discount, and you know you can get them elsewhere at a discounted price. But yeah, in town you do manage to find herbalists who do sell potions of healing for 25 gold pieces.
Yep, that's definitely better pricing than a Crocodile Old Dragonborn.
Alright.
But they're just regular healing, right? Just standards.
Yep.
Nothing stronger than that. Okay.
Oh, they do have the stronger. If you're looking to buy.
And how much do those run?
Let me check. The greater, they have it for 100, and the superior for 1,000.
And greater, gotta look that up.
Greater is 4d4 plus 4 and allows you to use up to 2 hit die when you heal with it. The superior is 8d4 plus 8 and allows you to use up to 3 hit die when you down that potion.
Okay, get like at least a couple greater and maybe a couple standards. Would we have enough funds for that?
According to what I'm seeing in chat here, we should have enough for a couple graders and a few standards, yeah.
So we have 807 gold pieces, as well as 2,800 silver and 70 platinum.
So how about, say, 3 or 4 standard healing potions and maybe 2 greater if they have it?
I'm okay with 2 greater and 4 standard if they have it.
That way we have...
Yeah.
What were you going to say?
They have it all, the potions. You can buy as many of them as you want.
4 regular and 2 greater is 300 a piece, right? 300 total.
Yeah, 300 total for 100 gold each for the greater and 100 gold for 4 of the standard.
Let's go with that.
All right, we'll just take it out of the platinum.
And then, do Sienna, Par, Kra, you guys need any material components that you need for your spell casting?
We picked up diamonds in Wildhaven, and we should have holy water, so we should be all set.
Yes, I can pretty much create as much holy water as needed. In fact, here, Sienna, I will give you 1 extra. Since you used yours, I'll have 2 on myself, and I'll make more later.
Well,
I have
as well, so
I have been doing some research. I do not know if this will be something we will need in the distant future when I am able to perfect this spell, but I may in the future need a metal rod that is worth at least 250 gold.
What spell is that for? Good grief. I'm just curious as a player.
Player response, Neo may need the plane shift spell whenever he can cast 7th level spells, if we're going to be doing interplanar travel constantly.
Okay.
It's a 7th level spell, so it's far off yet.
Yeah,
still.
anyway. Well, I just wanted to make sure that we're all prepared for this journey before we start running around.
Okay, so things have been bought. Potions and such. Is there anything else you guys need?
Nope.
why are there 3 cloaks of protection in the bag of holding?
I took one from the companion, put it on my sheet. I didn't do anything with the bag.
Did
Because
the
I
only
had
thing
two character sheets open, and I probably dragged at the wrong sheet.
Okay, I'm deleting them.
Alright. Okay, so if you guys have nothing else to buy, what are you guys doing next?
On to Zenith.
Come again?
I suppose we must head to the crossroads if we are to head to Zenith.
Alright. Okay, fair enough. So,
Didn't we promise to talk to someone for Buddy in the guild?
I did say I would talk to Villavel.
Oh yeah,
Then
players
we
will
can
look
stop by there real quick.
And we'll tell Anthony we're gonna go now to Zenith.
so
Back to the office.
I
okay.
must say, it's never a dull moment with all of you.
So you all quickly run towards the guild to talk. Well, to whoever it is you need to talk at the guild, and indeed you find the old Villavel there.
Oh, Mr. Villavel.
What's it? Ah, Sienna, you're back. Have not seen you around so much these days.
We were out traveling in the wildlands on some business.
Oh yeah, the higher-ups cleared you for field duty. I hope you've been enjoying it. You've been wanting to do that ever since forever.
It's been very nice. But I was thinking about the position that I've left absent.
Are you thinking of
I know
returning?
somebody here in the... No, but I know somebody here in the City of Redemption who, while perhaps not at my level of skill, knows enough to start out here, and perhaps one of the more simpler positions, and somebody could be promoted into where I was or something like that. But he knows what he's doing. He's just a little self-conscious.
Well, alright, fine. I guess I can look at this person and see if they fit for the workshop. Who is this person even?
That's a horse folk man named Hotel, and I guess I'll tell him that he's at this tea shop above Buddy's place and give him the address and yada yada yada.
A tea shop? Are we hiring a tea maker?
Well, that's one thing he does, yeah. I made sure that he knew what he was doing before I suggested this. I did see him work myself.
It's my understanding that working with tea is still working with mixtures of herbs.
And the small weasel looks up at you, Sian, and then up at Par and says, alright, fine. Send him over. Whenever. I'll be looking at this man.
Thank you, Mr. Villavel.
You're welcome, Sienna. And by the way, are you sure you don't want to return? Things have been really slow here without you.
I'm glad that you want me back, Mr. Willowell, but I'm very happy with my new position. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Hope it doesn't get through over your head.
Trying not to.
Well then. And he just turns around and goes back to shouting at people. As he does. And you see that as he goes around the workshop, the herbalism area of the guild, it seems that there's been one of your old friends, quote unquote, one of your old colleagues at the workshop itself, a short kobold fellow who who was pretty good at what he did, but always got outshined by you because you were still better. And with your absence from the shop, it seems like he's started calling this kobold friend of yours a flower boy. Apparently, he needs to have someone to call flower girl or flower boy. But I imagine that in any way, shape, or form, you're glad you're no longer it.
I am, but I'm also kind of starting to think of it as a mild term of endearment for one of the best workers in the shop. So I'm glad I got called it.
And thus, you depart knowing that now, whenever Kotal makes his way over, if he makes a good impression, you get the job and you have fulfilled your part of the deal. And Danar, you're checking up with Vezivis.
Yes, just checking in, nothing to report or anything. I was just basically saying hi, that I hadn't died. We're about to go off to another place.
Okay, he just kind of says hi to you as well. And
since he's my contact in this city.
Sure, he just trades some informations and factoids with you, and you see that things have been going pretty well as of late, but he seems a little bit on edge, as some other people seems to be, and you guess that it's the whole the increasing amount of reports of extraplanar activity going on and people being sent into the Feywild, the Shadowfell, and this whole research into how to make it to the Hells and back is getting into everybody's nerves. But he has nothing to do with any of that. You get the impression that Vesuvius is a little bit over on his head because amongst the many things he does, one of them is to watch out for the library. And Enlightenment Day is just around the corner. In 3 days it'll be Enlightenment Day, which is a holiday to celebrate Fanfagor, the god of knowledge.
Yes. I also remind him not to buy things from tieflings selling small trinkets.
It's not entirely sure if you're just giving him fair warning or if you're talking in thieves' cant, but it seems like your warning gets to him and he nods, acknowledging what you just said. So, aside from that, the rest of the day is yours. So what are you guys doing?
Off to the crossing.
Okay. So once again, all of you, after doing all the things you have done, you pick up all of your things again and start to make your way back up the road towards the crossing. Unless there's something you guys forgot to do in your time around town.
Not that I can think of.
I don't know if Par has it prepared, but I will need to prepare protection from evil and good before we go into Zenith.
I have one prepared.
And I have a scroll of that.
Okay then, never mind.
Okay. I don't know that Brian is here right now. But sure. You guys then, from where you are in Redemption, you start to make your way back up the road to make your way to the crossing. And it's not the most fun of travels because now you're going uphill and you've been doing the same path back and forth quite a lot lately. So you're somewhat more used to the scenery and time goes by a little bit faster. And aside from that, nothing really seems to nothing really seems to catch your attention as you're traveling. It's a pretty fine day, as it happens. And within a few hours, you are on the crossing. Yeah. At some... I think you guys have a day to go there. Yeah, it's about 1 in the afternoon.
So we've missed it because we had to be there at noon?
Did you? I don't remember that.
What?
I don't remember. I remember we had to like will to see where the tower was, and then it opens the portal.
Not the tower, but we had to like sit on the bridge while Par and Dinar prayed to their gods, and that would open a portal if it was during the day. But if we did it during the night, it would open a portal to hell or something like that.
Right.
I do not remember this.
A while ago.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. So, Agnes had told you guys, well, you are at the crossing, this city you have been to a few times before. When you get at the bridge of the crossing, whenever you're at the middle of the bridge, you remember what Agnes had told you, that the path to both the hells and the heavens are found here. And what one needs is to be at the edge of the bridge and try and commune with a being from these other planes, either one of the gods, one of the almighties, to try and make a path to heaven, or just any powerful enough fiend to make a path to hell, and then you jump from the bridge into this portal.
Okay. I'm going to stand at the edge of the bridge, and I'm going to pray to Gaffader.
Alright. So Donar, you stand up there and you think about your connection to Gaffader and the goddess of the hunt herself, and you think, and you really try to channel in all of that, and you make a sorry, you make a prayer trying to attune yourself to her. And I'll ask you to go ahead and make me a wisdom check.
Saving throw or wisdom ability check?
Ability check.
I'll throw my card in on that.
Sure. Before you do throw your card, you're trying to beat a DC 20, just so you know.
Okay, the card won't help at all.
Okay, fair enough. So, Donar, you try to really reach out to your goddess, but you really cannot feel her presence. Well, you can feel the presence of Gaffader, but you don't feel like there's a connection allowing you to cross any sort of barrier towards the heavens themselves.
Well, since this is really important, I'm going to use my DM's inspiration that I got for being able to get out from under the burning house.
Are you sure?
I mean, because we could have,
I'm
Par
a
try
Western.
to contact them as well.
Sure, I'm going to give it
Yeah.
I'll give it a try.
Okay, are you going to use your DM's inspiration then?
Yep, I have clicked it all.
Okay. $15.
And
With the card I have, it's 19, so I still don't make it.
I believe I might be the other to give it a try.
We'll see whether you can, Par.
It's not whether I can or not, it's whether Pasperon sees fit for me to succeed.
Perhaps you two can work together on this and call both of your deities.
So, Par, you try and do the same then?
I do.
Okay. You walk to the edge of the bridge alongside where Donar had been, and you try and reach out to Pasperon, and unlike when Donar was trying, all of you now feel a shift in the air and the atmosphere around all of you guys, and you feel this shiver down your guys' spines. And
whoa, what?
there's a very soft voices and whispers around you guys, but they seem caring, warm, and encouraging. And you sense, Par, as you trying to channel in your deity, Pasperon, that she just, when you close your eyes, you almost see her in front of you, outstretching her hands in your direction, and when you open your eyes, you see nothing else but just the bridge and all of you guys there. But something deep within you says to take the leap.
Par, what did what just happened?
Going to turn around on the edge of the bridge, just smile and
This is the right way.
and drop backwards.
No.
What the heck?
God, we're doing this jumping with him.
So, Par, you free fall yourself backwards through the air, and as soon as you do, you just feel a rush of wind going behind you, and you feel your weight just plummeting as you look around. You see the bridge growing ever far distant from you, and as you look around you, the fjords just going past at incredible speeds, and eventually as you look in that direction, you see Rand jumps after you as well.
Basil's going to run and be like, Sienna! And dive after the two of them.
Okay, so Basil and Rand, the two of you just jump together.
I grab Craw and jump over the edge.
Okay, so Cry, you are grabbed by Donar, and then he kind of just dive jumps over the edge of the railings of the bridge and just starts to plummet as well.
Wait, nope, Sienna jumped too.
You're just waiting on Neo.
Okay.
Neo, are you gonna jump?
I didn't jump. I was checking my stuff, and then you guys bailed.
Pretty much. Alright. Yep. Are you jumping as well, Sienna? What are you doing?
Neo? What? What?
Bad, are you there?
Did we use Bad?
I think we lost him.
Bad, we can't hear you, buddy.
And then we TPK, the end.
Yeah.
Oh, I go step to the bathroom real quick, thinking I'm okay just listening in, and everyone's jumping off bridges.
Yeah.
Par started it.
He did! Also, how can we hear you? We're dying!
So everyone is plummeting, except you, Neo, and Sienna. What are the two of you doing?
Sienna, I believe we may have to go after them.
Well, I hope it's been enough time I can get owls below them and jump.
Neo's gonna have to jump after them.
Alright. So you jump as well, Neo. Just free falling now, feeling, all of you feel the wind rushing across your faces, and it's very incredibly hard to keep your eyes open as you're just plummeting at incredible speeds at this point. And Neopar, who jumped first, you just close your eyes and allow yourself to be taken in by this sensation of going towards Pasperon. And the rest of you who are jumping after Par are terrified, shitless. You, Rand, who's been the first to jump after Par, you see Par plummeting, and you just fall and fall and fall on the surface of the water. It gets ever closer, and you see that there is just a several few yards before he impacts against the water, and you think to yourself, "Oh no, Par's gonna break all of his bones once he crashes through the water of the fjord." But as soon as you see that he's about to impact the water, there's a weird shimmer at the surface of the water, and Par does not crashes against anything. It just kind of gets seemingly sucked into something. It just seems to make contact with the water, and eventually it just disappears, almost as if he's crossed some invisible barrier. And eventually you two, Rand, are crossing this barrier.
See the other side!
And then Basil, you cross this barrier as well. And eventually Donar and Kra and Sienna and Neo, the two of you just see your party mates disappearing after they seem to cross some invisible threshold. And you were casting Conjure Animals, Sienna?
If I see them passing through like a portal, then I'm not going to, but I was very prepared to if I needed to.
Okay. You see that they do indeed crash through some portal. Cross through some portal. And at that point you decide, okay, maybe not. Let's hold on to it, but you keep prepared, trying to concentrate on casting this spell. And eventually you cross through the barrier. And the last one is you, Neo. As soon as you cross through this barrier and you look through the other side, looking around you, you see that everything is just mostly clouds. Until you look through a direction and you see that, oh boy, wind. There's wind here.
I mean, the wind is very fitting considering we all just jumped off a bridge several hundred feet, it sounds like.
Yeah, it's super
I'm
fitting.
sure we're still probably... yeah.
So...
And free...
Kinda. As you cross, you see that around yourselves are clouds, and beyond the clouds you see a very, very tall peaks and mountains in the distance, and waterfalls coursing through these mountains, and foliage and greenery everywhere, and it's just a very beautiful sight to see. And you can't help but to admire the scenery for a while before you finally take a moment to look down. And you see that you're still falling. You're just falling elsewhere now. Further down below you, Par, there seems to be a beach. And you're falling right towards that beach. And now, as you look around, there seems to be nothing that is going to make you stop falling.
Sienna?
Don't think she can hear you, but Neo can definitely send a message to Sienna because I don't think she's outside 120 feet. Neo will send a message to Sienna saying, owls, please.
Alright, so as you guys
I'm
are...
only 60 feet away from me, but I'll get them as close to everyone else as possible.
Sure. So you cast this spell and summon your owls. And your owls, they pop up out of nowhere. You can summon 8, right?
Yes.
Okay, so one of the owls is kind of just there. But the other
owl.
The other 6 owls, they just start one by one catching everyone else. They just dive bomb trying to pierce through the resistance of air to get close to your other teammates that are much farther away from you, and eventually, one by one, you're all caught by owls, by giant owls even, or not necessarily caught, but you feel the owls just flying underneath you, and you kind of land in their backs and hold on for dear life as you feel all this rush of wind finally slowing down and stopping until you're no longer plummeting, you're just flying on owl backs.
How is Craw taking all of this?
Very badly.
Cry, you're horrified. You have been, from the moment Donar grabbed you and jumped off the bridge, you kind of just curled up into a ball and closed your eyes and put your paws over your ears so you don't hear anything. And you've been pretty much into this fetal position, just waiting for it to be over. And even after you guys stop falling and you're on top of the owl, you open your eyes ever so slightly just to see that you're still hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of feet above water levels, above the ground, and you immediately just close your eyes again.
I have you, Craw. I'm not going to drop you.
Do make a wisdom saving throw, by the way, Craw. You do, however, find within yourself, Kra, the strength to stop curling up into this position, and you slowly, being guided by Donar's words, you slowly just kind of uncurl yourself and hold on to him, and every once in a while you open your eyes ever so slightly just to see your surrounding areas, but just enough to see how close you are from ground before you close your eyes again and just wait for this whole situation to be over. But mostly you conquer your fears for now as you hold on to him, and you get to have DM's inspiration, so mark that in your character sheet.
Don't ever do that again, Donar.
I knew you would not make that jump unless I surprised you. I'm very sorry, but I knew that this was going to be a problem for you.
And eventually, all of you guys, being carried by the owls, land close to this beach. And finally, there's solid ground beneath all of you. And as soon as you climb out of the owls and step foot into the sand and look around, you feel this sense of happiness, so to speak, course through you, and you look around, and when you breathe in the air, it's very clear, and you feel like it revitalizes you in some way, as you just feel this inexplicable will to smile. Except for you, Donar.
Okay, what do I feel?
You just feel normal. And you too, Rand, you feel nothing of this euphoria that everyone else seems to be feeling. You feel just okay.
Weird.
Yeah, by okay I mean you feel normal. You don't feel anything different about yourselves.
I know, I'm seeing everyone smile. It's a little weird.
Everyone else, because you are good aligned creatures, you all get the effects of bless while you're in this plane.
Ooh.
Say that one more time.
All of you, everyone else, who, because you guys are good aligned creatures, You get the effects of Bless while you're here.
And those boxes are now ticked off until otherwise informed.
And this is where I don't know where to go with you, Sienna, if you're good aligned or not.
I'm listed as neutral good with true neutral tendencies.
Yeah, and that's what I don't know. If it counts for you or not. What do you think? Are you a good aligned creature?
Yeah, I think Sienna's good.
Okay. Then Sienna also feels incredibly warm and smiles, and is also under the effect of Bless while you stay in this plane.
And this is the kind of peace I feel while praying to Pasperon.
I admit it's been quite some time since I've felt so at peace.
Is it weird they're all smiling, Dinar?
It is.
Good. I wanted to make sure I wasn't the only one that thought it.
Basil's just going to look and be like, he's going to be grinning and then cracking and popping in his hands and feeling all energized, and he's like, all right, so let's do this. Let's see if we can break the holds on these crazy things and succeed.
Didn't we
He's
have
very-
to find a city here?
I think so.
I
I'm
believe
gonna
finding
then
some
let's
barons,
do that.
barons would be a good idea.
Yes, you guys are trying to look for ruins. Adness did sort of give you guys a direction, and as soon as you guys find yourselves in here and you look to your surroundings, you see that following this beach into the land, you see a few crags here and there that seems to lead more or less to where she had directed you. So you do see the direction you have to go, and you recognize the landmarks she described to you. Also, by the way, as soon as you notice that everyone is smiling, Dinar, you get the sense that everyone is, well, everyone except for you and Rand are attuned to this plane in some way, and you're not. Whatever is going on here doesn't seem to affect you as it has affected the others. So you ponder and wonder about that. And then it dawns on you that that may be why you were not able to attune to it back at the bridge.
It could be. I follow law more than good.
Whatever.
So, you guys still have like 50 minutes of your owls. 50 minutes of the giant owls. Are you taking them to going inland, or are you walking? What are you doing?
I would like to walk and explore.
You're just wanting to get to the ground. I know you.
I mean, I can effectively double their flying speed if we treat them as mounts.
basically be mounts. I think walking might be better for us. If we go a little slower, just walking rather than flying, I can map out our route.
Sure. I mean, whatever you feel like doing, but let's go.
Yes, we need to document our journey here.
Yes.
To the place with the thing
The thing with the place.
that also has that stuff. No, wait, we have the stuff.
All
I
right.
do believe this is the only time I've never felt afraid of such vast openness.
You're afraid of open spaces?
I believe we've covered that before, yes. I'm a minotaur. I'm used to walls on all sides.
Okay.
So, You guys are walking and charting the territory, right?
Sienna's making a mapazine.
Okay, fair enough. It doesn't take any large amount of concentration or slows you down at all to map out, so you guys can just keep on going and exploring. But I need to know who is leading this charge, or rather this expedition. By which I mean who is at the front, trying to look around and perceive what's ahead.
Marching order.
Yeah.
I would say Par, just because this is a celestial plane.
Okay, so Par, you were at the front, guiding everyone towards the landmarks that Agnes had mentioned to you guys.
I'll follow right behind him.
Okay. So the two of you are at the front, and I would like the two of you, Par and Basil, to go ahead and make a perception check.
$17.
Alright, 17. Okay, fine. You sorry. You make your way climbing up to some steps, and as soon as you start to get a little bit closer towards the crags and the mountains, you see that the scenery is very, very beautiful. As soon as the beach seems to recede very seamlessly into this more grassy terrain with very tropical flowers here and there, and as you climb a little bit, it also seems to seamlessly change into a more boreal terrain. It's a weird transition, but it seems to do so in a way that's not so jarring. And you start to see some trees and snowflakes in the ground, some still falling, but you don't feel cold. You feel like it's just evoking some other feelings on you, but it doesn't hinders you in any way. It just makes you smile as you start to follow a path of stones that seems to have been tossed in here. And as you keep making your way a little bit further, Par, you're just absorbing all of the scenery around you. But you, Basil, you notice that there's a smell in the air. And it takes you a while to really identify what that smell is, until you notice that it's a smell of burnt fur, or rather, just of heat itself. If heat had a smell, that would be.
Oh gosh!
And
Oof.
you
Oh boy!
cannot help but to wonder, where is this coming from? Why am I feeling this? And then you just start to look around, and you notice there had been some creatures apparently hiding in ambush. But you notice them just in time to stop everyone and raise your hand and point at these creatures that are, they thought they were very clever in hiding, but you just raise your hands and let your party know that your guys are not alone. As all of you look around and notice a group of very large wolves that seems to start coming out of the forest with a predatory look in their eyes, and it seems like they have plans for you guys.
And there's smoke coming off of them?
There seems to be smoke coming out of these wolves. So, wait.
Oh boy.
Can you see the wolves?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Basil's going to look to Sienna and be like, hey, Sienna. Maybe you can talk to them?
Are they beasts or are they celestial?
There are neither, I believe.
Then I'm shit out of luck.
If
I
there's
mean, you don't
celestial,
know.
I speak celestial.
Divine sense.
No, they're not fiends or celestials, but they're also not beasts.
All right.
Can I call out in Sylvan to see if they're fey?
Sure, Sienna, make an animal handling check.
One.
Wow.
It's a wisdom skill, and I'm proficient.
That it be indeed. Fair enough. Fair enough. This creature seems to one of them steps closer to all of you, and it doesn't seem to be taking any sort of hostile action to begin with, but as it gets close, you see that it starts to look at you with a weird air of wisdom to it.
Are we safe, Sienna?
I don't know.
Let's not do anything aggressive. I mean, we don't want to fight. We don't have to.
Kara is going to bow before the beast.
The creature that's closest, he just looks at all of you, and then at you, Sienna, at you, Kron, he just says, "And who are you, stepping onto our lands?"
What language are they speaking? Is this common?
This is common.
We are travelers. We've come here to free. We've come here to figure out a way to free the souls of those that have been trapped by fiends. We were told that this plane is a place that could even be a place that we could possibly be able to do this. And at the request of freeing another soul, that's why we came here in the first place. We did not intend to come into your territory on purpose. We are just merely traveling through to find the ruins of a city that are said to have been in nearby, or at least a little farther away.
Make a persuasion check, Basil.
I'm small, so I get advantage.
Compared to them, everyone's small. But yeah.
Yes, but I get to use my 2 cute to make an advantage roll.
Yeah.
Sure, do it.
And thank goodness! 18.
Alright.
At those eyes.
The creature looks at you and does not seem to think that you're trying to deceive it in any way, shape, or form, and it just then looks at the rest of you. You are not from around here, any of you. You should be careful wandering this land, outsiders. Had I not been around, my kin would be more than eager to devour you.
Why would celestial spirits in a good aligned plane want to devour us?
We hunt
Because,
for food.
yes, this is the way of the circle of the life. It's natural, Sienna. You should know
I
that.
mean, I am, but we're in heaven. I assume things operated differently. I'm sorry.
I would assume even celestial beings such as them would still need to eat something.
So we can pass your land. We have no grudge with you.
You seek the lands of those who used to inhabit this plane. The ruins. Further up. Down here, you're just at the first of the many layers to this place. These are the Beastlands. You ought to be careful wandering through here.
I will take that into consideration. I'm just a simple follower of Pasperon. Wherever the light goes, I go.
Go. My kin will not harm you. But I urge you not to let your guard down. Not while in the Beastlands.
If you wouldn't mind, sir, would you please tell us of other beings that may wish to cause us harm?
We do not want to disrupt the lands and this place as much as possible. I know that us being here is a disruption in general, but the less we can do, the better in problems that we can cause.
Indeed, and this is why, if there are such creatures out there that would like to cause us harm, we would like to circumvent them, if at all possible.
All of the creatures of this land need to eat. They hunt. The harm that they cause is not out of evil or malice. It is out of necessity. And any creature you come across in the Beastlands might cause you threat such as that.
Then can you provide us with the quickest way out of the Beastlands?
Just follow this path. Keep going up. And you should be there, out of the Beastlands, in no time. And he seems to take a step to the side to allow you guys to keep moving through the stone path.
There might be one question we want to ask. How do we get out of here? When we gotta go back?
I assume we probably have to fly up to that where we came in from.
Unless there is another portal on the ground here. But regardless, these are answers we can find once we are out of the Beastlands. I believe we have invaded on these noble creatures time enough.
As Par is passing by, he's gonna, slightly bow his head.
May the light stay with you.
Chu, follower of Pasperon. And the beast seems to, well, actually, the monstrosity seems to bow its head as well towards you. And as all of you guys go make your way past them, the creature just keeps an eye at all of you. But whenever Rand and Donar goes past, it just seems to growl a little bit, sensing something different with you guys, but doesn't seem to make any sort of advances or anything. It just doesn't seem to quite agree with you.
We'll be moving on as quickly as possible then.
All
yes, and Neo will step in front of, I assume number 2 was talking, and then bow for number 2. Thank you for your assistance, and then continue following the group.
Alright. Everyone then follows the stone path, and the creatures just stay there and let you get past, and the gigantic wolf seems to speak something else now in a language that you don't understand towards the rest of its pack, and the rest of its pack seems to just kind of get back into the bushes, ready to ambush or strike any other creatures that come by, and all of you just go unmolested thankfully. And you keep on moving on through the Beastlands.
Following the yellow brick road.
Yes, let's do that.
And you do. And as you keep going on, always looking over your shoulder now, being a little bit more attentive to make sure you don't stand here for too long. You start to kind of keep following the road and climbing up some mountains and hills. And who is it still Par and Basil leading the party?
Yeah, I believe that they would have the best chance of seeing things.
Okay, the two of you go ahead and make a perception check. To scout the way ahead.
I'm getting so lucky on these rolls. 19.
Par?
I'm sorry, Brian was distracting me.
Perception check. Good. As you guys are going on, you look behind yourselves to make sure that the beasts are not truly following you. And as you look back, you see that indeed they are not. They seem to have kept their promise to just let you guys go past. And you think, you are very thankful that Sienna calmed them down and Basil stepped in to persuade them to allow you guys to get past. And then as you look around, you start to see that indeed this land where you guys are, there seems to be an air of a whole lot more animal noises up in here than there was back down at the beach. And you get the sense that the heaven seems to work a little bit of in layers of height. And whenever you were at the beach, you were at some place, but when you went up one layer of height, so to speak, you were in the Beastlands. And you get that sense that that might be how this place works. And then as you keep going up, climbing these hills towards the mountain tops you saw at the very distance, past the clouds, you seem to start to wander off into what appears to be a village of some kind. Rather, ruins of a village. And as you look around these ruins, they seem odd here and there, but they also remind you of the landmarks Agnes had mentioned to you guys. And you stop and you look at these ruins and you think this is the place that Agnes told us to get you. And then the two of you start to look around for the ruins, and you find indeed in the middle of them an altar mostly overrun with grass, leaves and vines and other signs of nature, but you find the altar in this abandoned, ruined village where you believe, well, where you were told to come to and perform the ritual to free the souls from the items you had.
I do believe this is the spot.
It certainly looks like the place.
I think we should do one item at a time.
I think that'd
Agreed.
probably be best.
I believe Neo still has N8, which is white glass. White glass, bubbling something or other. I can't see the whole description I wrote down.
We also have one in the bag of holding from one of our earlier adventures.
Yeah, it's the crystal.
And
the
do we
beans.
we have the beans still, don't we?
We do the Cypherium first and then the beans.
Yeah, I was going to hand over the bag of beans to Anthony, but then the party suggested I don't do that, so I'm still holding on to that.
Anthony told me.
I'm gonna go up and put the crystal on the altar.
All right.
You guys are up.
Thank you, Rand. I think Dinar and I will take it from here.
I am watching in case something happens. I am not sure what I could give in this ritual.
I don't know. Maybe.
We were told to cast protection from evil and good on them using the holy water we have. I don't have that prepared, but I believe Cross said he did.
And
Yes,
Neo
yes.
also has a scroll for it, so either of us can do it, but Neo can only do it once.
Let
Well-
me do it. I can do it. How many times? I can do it 4 times.
Well then, I guess you're up to the plate, Craw. Par's there to help you with whatever you need.
I have as much holy water as needed. I can make more.
I don't believe I need more too many holy water for that. I'll start casting protection from evil, I suppose.
Okay, so you're putting just the one crystal you guys had, right?
Right now, yes.
Okay. So
Unless you can cast it on more than one object at a time.
Even then, we agreed to cast only once.
I think one at a time is better.
Yes,
It's
one at a time.
a bit more scientific.
okay. All right, you start to do that. So here's the thing, though. Let me find my notes on that. I knew it was coming, but I was not prepared yet. Because Agnes told you some ideas that she had to treat this.
Yes.
Another idea as well as to indeed cast protection from evil, and then cast something else on top of that.
Was there something else?
There was something else. I believe I wrote it down. Yeah, here it is. Just a second. I find it, but have I written it down? Yes, there was 2 steps to it. The first is indeed casting protection from evil.
And the second one?
The second was to cast remove curse.
I don't have that.
I also do not have that.
He's the only one of us who can't have it.
You had not prepared that spell, Par, as I seem to
I
recall.
have not.
But because it has been so long, I will allow you to have prepared it. To have had prepared it.
So how many items do we have?
There's
Like
the crystal.
3?
Yeah, there's the crystal that Ren put on the altar first. Neo still has the N8 item, which is the white glass spindle with the bubbling blood coloring. And then there's Neo also holding a bag of beans.
Yeah, I only have 3 uses of remove curse.
I think we also have a bag of holding that's powered by souls.
Ah, yes, that though.
Yeah, that actually
Yeah.
might holding.
But we gave that to Anthony.
Oh yeah, we gave that to him because it had the trinkets.
Right.
Remove curse because I was told it was niche.
Yes, it is niche, but right now it's story niche.
We found our niche.
Okay. So I have 3 uses of remove curse as needed.
And we have 3 items.
You don't have the trinket, right?
No. Anthony has the trinkets and the bag that contained the trinkets, which was the
Right.
bag of holding powered by souls.
Okay, then I'm removing the trinkets from the listing of our bag of holding that they were at.
Ah, very good.
I suppose we are ready to start.
Let's give it a go.
Okay.
I will
Ready
keep
as I'll
watch.
ever be.
So you go ahead, treat and cast and remove curse after Kra has cast protection from evil.
Yes.
Alright. So Kra, once you cast protection from evil, you see that it seems to have a very similar effect to that of when Cien and Par applied holy water onto the little trinket that at one time were holding Ragamuffins and Tiwitakas' souls in it. And once you douse it, once you cast protection from evil, you see that there's the items you're holding, they get a little bit, the one item you're holding, it gets hot and starts to just smoke. And you see that it's definitely fighting against whatever it is that you had done, that you are doing to it. It seems to completely and fully disagree with it.
Sienna, I believe that protection from evil can destroy newly made soul crystals too. Write it down.
Add that to the notes.
And then you as you cast it, you see that it's having an effect on the trinket and weakening it. And then Par, you come to it to try and cast remove curse, right?
Yes, I will do it as many times as necessary.
Unlike with the trinkets holding the soul of Tuitaka and Ragamuffin, this time around this you're not trying to bring someone back. You're trying to just release this soul from this trinket, so you don't need to do such a costly spell as, you know, tossing a diamond in there. But before, it seemed impossible to do, but now Kra's spell has weakened the item somewhat, and when who is it? When you all came into this plane, there's just something about this plane that makes it incredibly noxious to evil creatures, and there's just an energy around this plane that makes it that just enhances the power of good aligned creatures and seems to diminish the power of evil creatures. And these evil artifact that you have, there's this one item you're trying to disenchant, it seems to be reacting both to Kraz's spell but also to the whole plane itself, and it's weakening, and you see little cracks showing up here and there. They seem to try and reform themselves, but they're not able to reform themselves as quickly as new cracks are being formed. And then you, Par, you're just coming for the final blow, and you cast remove curse on it. And once you do, the whole crystal just seems to shine, or whatever item it is that you're holding, it seems to shine very brightly. And once it does, there seems to be just an explosion of light around this item as whatever binds that were holding it together seems to come undone, and the item just harmlessly fall into the ground as you see being jettisoned out of it the soul of someone. You can't quite tell who this someone is. The soul is kind of incorporeal and transparent in many places, and it's really hard to see. You can only tell that there is a soul there, so present, so vividly, because of the shimmers that it makes around the atmosphere itself, and because apparently there was creatures holding on to this soul, like latching onto it very tightly, and once these creatures notice the surroundings, they just push themselves off, letting go of this soul, and just look at all 7 of you over there, and they start to hiss at you very aggressively, as you notice that
What?
apparently it's not only the souls that these items are enchanted with, but there also seems to be demons inside of these items that seems to be the cause, the one things that are holding on to the souls and latching onto them and stopping them from leaving. But regardless, all of you guys now watch as 3 smaller demons pop out of this thing alongside one much larger, bigger demon, and they just hiss towards all of you, and they raises their hands and claws and get ready to try and fight back. Apparently very, very unhappy with the fact that you just forced them out of their little hidey hole with snacks.
Evicted.
Yeah.
They did pay rent.
And they're hacking and happy with you all. So, I would like everyone... dang it. The imps are not showing. On the stream, that is. But yeah, I would like everyone to roll
Are
for
you sure?
initiative.
Because might just need to give it time.
So I just want to be clear. So far, I've used 1 remove curse.
Alright.
Yep.
Ha! I got a 21 initiative.
So that means that I cannot use any 3rd level spells if I want to maintain my other 2 remove curses.
Whoops! I had a 23. I forgot to click my token. Classic.
I rolled a
me.
0.
I'm not at the end.
Neo is literally the last person to go.
Count
In the turn.
0.
Poor Neo. Alright, that's it for Basil. That's everyone's initiative. Now for the creatures, they also get initiatives. Da-ba-da-ba-da. 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 And for the big one, da-ba-da-ba-da. Okay. So as soon as they pop out of this crystal and start to look at all of you with menacing looks in their faces and hissing towards all of you, I said, there we go. Reading buttons is stopped. We are starting combat, and Basil, you're up first. So, what are you doing?
So, are the imps flying right now? And how high up are they, if they are?
They are flying in the sense that they're not touching the ground, but they are you can reach them. They didn't have time to fly away.
Fun. Alright. Basil, seeing all these imps pop out and everything, is just going to be like, well, this is unexpected, and is going to charge number 3. And he's going to try one whack with it on the head with his quarterstaff.
Okay.
I'm going to use my reaction to move a little bit with him.
You don't have a reaction yet.
I'll try it out.
Yeah.
24.
24 hits. Easily.
7.
7 points of damage, alright.
And I'm just going to take that, spin round, and swing again. 12. Oof, that was bad.
12 misses.
Alright, and then I'm going to take and do an unarmed strike as well as my bonus action. For my bonus action.
Okay.
Uh, 26.
Hits.
And that's 10.
Alright, you, after bonking the creature on the head with your quarterstaff and trying to hit it again, it seems to dodge, but just dizzily, and then you just kind of finish it off with a punch to the face, which causes the creature to just collapse dead onto the ground. And once it does and hits the ground, its body just start squirming and contorting itself, apparently deeply disagreeing with the very soil of this land, and the ground itself seems to be attacking the creature in some ways, and it pretty much just kind of starts to engulf the creature to further finalize it.
Interesting. I'm going to just holler to everyone and be like, this place doesn't agree with them.
Are you doing anything else for your turn?
Nope, that's it. I used action, bonus action, and I've moved, so I'm good.
Okay, next up is Sienna.
We're doing the classic.
Oh no.
She's moonbeaming.
Alright, the creature makes a con save.
Disadvantage if it can change its shape.
It cannot. But it fails regardless. Yeah, it fails with a natural 1, so it suffers 20 points of damage.
20? Oh boy.
And then I'm just gonna move behind Dinar, and that's my turn.
Okay. Dinar, you're up.
Dinar is going to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and attack the big one.
Okay, go for it.
As a bonus action, I am going to use my Vow of Enmity. So basically, I get advantage on attacks.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to use my longsword on him.
19 hits.
11 points, and we throw the smite in. I'm assuming that he's demonic.
Oh, yeah, he is. He's indeed a fiend.
He broke out of a crystal from hell.
Always have to ask.
Alright, that's 9 points of damage.
Second attack. 26.
Hit.
9 points of damage, and another smite.
Go for it.
6 more points.
Alright.
And that is my turn.
Okay. You're using your second level smites, right?
No, I used first level smite.
Isn't it 2d8 for first level?
3d8 because he's a fiend.
Oh yeah, sorry. Okay.
See, that's why it has the little fiend face there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, cool. So next up is them. It is it. And it be not happy with you right now, Dinar.
Oh, I'm sure.
You have a breastplate. Your AC has gone up, hasn't it?
It is. It is now 18.
Okay, I will have to fix that on the stream because you're also using your shield, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
My shield is checked.
It's going to go ahead and make some attacks against you then. Okay, so first is going to go ahead and make a tail attack against you.
Okay.
And that is an 18 to hit.
That hits.
So you suffer 11 points of piercing damage. And you must make a Constitution saving throw.
I love it when DMs do something like, "Oh, does a 29 hit?"
Sorry, it was 25. I had advantage still turned on from my attack.
25, yeah. 25 hits. I mean, 25 makes it. Saves. Okay. Alright. That sucks. Now it's going to go ahead and just make 2 more attacks against you. So the first is a fork attack, because it's holding a gigantic fork. And it misses with another natural 1. And then second attack. 14 misses.
That is correct.
Okay, great. That's it for the creature's turn. It just looks at you and then at the rest of you, and seems to throw a sling of curses against you in Inferno. If any of you know Inferno, you know that they are calling you very, very foul words.
Do you kiss your mother with that mouth?
Humans have mothers?
And next up is the tiny imps. It's their turn now. Because somehow they rolled very nice, close to one another initiatives. So first, this small imp here is going to go ahead and fly towards here and try and hit Danar. Only once though. So that's 19 to hit. So Danar, you suffer 4 points of piercing damage and you make another Constitution saving throw.
How about another 25?
Okay, that saves. You suffer half damage, so that's still 4 points of piercing and only 8 points of poison. I mean, only 4 points of poison. Sorry. That's it for that little one's turn. Next up is the other imp. It is going to go ahead and fly over here behind Par and attack him. Yep. So Par, this little imp tries to attack you. And that is going to be a... he misses with a 12. Wah wah. And that's it for their turn. So what are you doing, Par?
Well, I'm gonna move right here. And I think that I will smack it with a mace.
Go for it. Uh, 13 just hits.
I was gonna say +2 for flanking, but yeah.
13 just hits. That's their AC as it happens. Alright, 8 points of damage.
And I'll bonus action healing word to Dinar.
Okay, they do, however, have resistance to attacks. So it suffers only half damage.
Sure. That's my turn.
Okay, so Donario heals 6 hit points, and next up is Kra.
I'm trying to calculate my fireball.
Okay.
I don't have rage up.
I'm an evocation wizard. You'll be fine.
You gotta love that he's contemplating the best fireball spot. What can I do to blow everything up?
Sculpt it around his friend.
I found the spot. I'm going to throw a fireball here, and I'm going to create 4 safe spaces for Par, Danar, and me. So
Okay. Okay. So you're prepared to go cast your fireball. Before you do, I'm going to roll a check for you. Kra. A religion check. Nay. You don't remember that these are hellish beings that are immune to fire.
some of them are not.
These are.
Well, shit.
But yeah, there's a whole lot of things that are immune to, that are not immune to fire, but these are, unfortunately. So you are mostly concentrating on the best area to throw your fireball without hitting your friends and yourself, but hitting all of the creatures. And you forget to even think if they are immune or not to fire. And when you release your fireball, there's just a gigantic explosion, a conflagration that blinds all of you with this heat and light. And all of you that are in the blast turn your face away, but when you all look back, absolutely nothing has happened. Nobody took damage.
Hey, Craw! Is something wrong?
Yes. That's all for my turn. I can't do anything.
Okay, are you staying there or are you moving?
I'll stay on near Sienna.
Okay. Next up is Rand.
Okay, first move, I'm gonna move here. Bonus action rage. And I'm going to use my javelin of lightning and aim at number 2.
Okay. It hits. Roll for damage.
That was the wrong javelin. But it doesn't matter, I'm just rolling for damage here.
Oh boy.
Number 2 takes 22 points of lightning damage on the hit.
Mm-hmm.
And number 1 has to make a DC 13 dex save.
Alright.
That's against the 19 lightning damage.
It makes it with a 21.
Okay,
Yes.
takes 9 points of lightning damage.
Alright, it suffers 9 points of lightning damage. It is not immune to that. It suffers all 9, and it dies. You kill both the imps.
Okay, as my free action, I'll pull out my double blade scimitar and go for an attack on number 1. If I'm allowed to.
For your what?
For my second attack.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
By the way, are you raging?
Yes, I raged at the beginning.
Okay, that makes things easier for me.
It's just lightning, it'll be fine.
Uh, 24 hits.
Mm-hmm. 12 points of damage.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
That's my turn. Action, second attack, attack, second attack, bonus action. That's it.
Neo, you're up.
By the way, that was a solid 2d4. You had 3 threes.
Yeah.
Okay, so Neo's going to move right down here, seeing that Rend is raging, knowing that Rend is practically resistant to everything. He's going to shout out, Rend dear, I apologize in advance, and then blast a careful spell lightning bolt through Rend into Mr. Demon Thing.
Okay, are you using a sorcery point to careful spell this? Alright.
Okay, I just automatically succeed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you take half damage, you resist lightning, so you take half from that, so you take a quarter of 39.
Alright, so Rand, you suffer 9 points of damage. The creature, on the other hand, makes a dex save.
I'm so glad for my +5 on lightning spells now.
It makes it.
Well, still, half of 39 is pretty hefty, I think.
What do you mean you think? It's 19 points of damage.
That's pretty much all I can do. I don't really feel like blowing another thing here, and pretty much all I'll be able to do is fire bolts, which I know this thing isn't
Fair
gonna.
enough.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. So yeah,
Basil.
end turn.
Also, we have 3 more of these things to do.
Yeah, with that, Basil's gonna be like, well, this is entertaining, and charge up to the big old demon imp thing. Actually, he'll get behind it on the opposite side of where Rend is.
Okay, that works, sure.
Because, you know, flanking. And he's going to take a swing with his quarterstaff.
Okay.
Well, that's not going to do any good.
Nope, that misses, unfortunately.
Alright, he's going to try one more time. Well, I'm getting all these away right now.
You can do it, Basil.
I'm afraid it misses.
And yeah, since I missed both times, I can't. I don't think I can make a bonus.
The bonus
You
action.
have key points for Flurry of Blows.
Don't have to
You know what?
hit, you just
Screw
have
it. I will do a flurry of blows.
You still have a card, by the way, as well.
I do, but I think it's what can I do with an? I think I have an ace.
Ace gives you advantage.
On one roll?
Yeah. If you already
Alright,
roll,
well-
you just roll again.
Alright, I'll use it on this last roll and roll for on advantage then.
Okay.
Finally!
That hits.
The quarterstaff is non-magical.
Yes, it is non-magical. I know that.
Uh,
Unless Doug tells me that it doesn't look like he's taking as much damage, then I'll start using my fist more. And let's see. I will use a key point for flurry of blows. As my bonus action.
Alright.
so 2 attacks with less with flanking.
I forgot to tell this on the first imp because I completely forget these creatures have resistances, but the imp had resistances.
Okay, well then, good thing that is. Gotta come on, Doug. Man, okay. Anyway,
17.
so yeah, 17.
Misses.
Wow, he's got high AC.
You get 1 more unarmed.
14 plus 3
20.
plus,
Oh, sorry, 19.
19.
Hits. Roll your damage. Your magical fist's damage.
6.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
And what kind of monk were you? Inner clarity?
Stun that bitch.
You know what? I'm going to key point stunning strike.
Why?
Because he's a monk
Because-
dog.
Fair enough. Gotta burn through those key points anyways.
Take a short rest, I'll be fine.
Constitution saving throw.
And the DC is a 16.
I rolled a 19.
Well, damn. Oh well, that's it.
Okay. That's it for your turn. Next up is Sienna again. I forgot to move the creature, so it's going to take more damage from a...
Yeah, I was so happy that it stayed right where it was.
Completely forgot. And now it's too late to do that. There's 4 persons there.
Ooh, I rolled really good damage too.
Oh my. Constitution saving throw. It makes it.
Okay, so it takes 8 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to bonus action 1 Balm of the Summer Court to Dinar. For 5 health and 1 temporary. And I'm not going to take an action, just a bonus action. I don't want to move, so that'll be my turn.
Okay.
Who's the bomb for?
Dinar. Speaking of whom, it's your turn, Dinar. What are you doing?
Indeed, it's time to hit the devil.
Sure. 16 misses.
16? Misses.
Do you have advantage?
I'd,
Oh yeah, you do.
I do, for a minute.
Sorry, I forgot.
I'd like to use a luck point on that.
All right, re-roll that one time.
I am. I've switched back to normal. 22!
Hits.
6 points, and you know what's coming. Another smite.
Oh no, not the Smiths.
10 points.
Okay, 10 points of damage. I forgot
Second
to-
attack.
I forgot to say, but the creature is below half health.
Good. 12 doesn't cut it.
Nope.
That's it. That's all for me.
Okay, now is the demon's turn again. It's going to look at you, Par. Will hiss towards you. And what shall I do? Oh, it will attack you, of course, Par. I'm just wondering if it will move.
I turned my aura on so you guys can see if you're within 10 feet of me in case you need to make a saving throw.
We actually can't see it unless the DM makes it so we can see it.
Yeah,
sorry.
Just a second, I will do it. Boom, you can see it now. Should be able to see it now. Yeah, it's going to attack you 3 times, Par. First, a tail attack against you, Par. Is... misses with a 13.
Bring it on.
Then it tries to fork you. Twice.
At least take him out to dinner first.
He
Double.
hits with the first fork attack, and that's 15 points of piercing damage. And hits with the second fork attack for 13 points of piercing damage. And then, of course, it's going to move. Because heck this nonsense. Should have done that before, but anyway. It's going to move over here. Yeah, over here.
And take a whole bunch of opportunity attacks, I assume.
Yep, from everyone.
You are dog darn right.
And it's also going to be flying 30 feet up in the air. Over here. Makes it interesting. So yeah, Basil, Par, Donar, and Ren make attack rolls. If you would like to use your reaction to attack it.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Damn it.
22.
Womp womp.
23.
Donar and Ren hits.
Nine.
11 points plus a smite. Throwing a level 2 at this one. 15 points.
Ooh.
Actually, 17.
Well, it's 26 the total.
What?
I did 11 points of slashing damage plus 15 points of radiant damage plus the original 2.
Okay. Alright. The creature is somehow still alive and 30 feet up in the air. So next up is Par. What will you be doing?
Alrighty then. I'm gonna cast Power Word Kill.
You don't have that spell.
Not yet, I don't. Anyway, why don't we do this? Going to cast Spiritual Weapon. And how far up can I throw that thing?
30 feet, I believe. 30 or 60.
60.
Yeah, you can
So,
reach
yeah.
it.
Oh yeah. And I want to hit him. Well, I'll try to hit him. I think a 16 misses.
It does, yes.
Bonus action Healing Word.
Spiritual weapon was the bonus action.
Oh, is it?
Yep, it's a bonus
Yes.
action.
Oh, well, even better. Since that was a spell,
You can only use your action now to cast a cantrip if you're trying to spell something.
yeah, why don't I use Sacred Flame?
Okay. I make a dex saving throw, right?
Yep.
Wow. I fail with a 12.
12 points de Radiante.
Wow. That was harsh. And that's it for your
my
turn.
turn.
Okay, next up is
Yep.
Kra.
I'm going to cast Snowball Swarm at level 3.
Okay. That damage though. And he makes it. So it suffers 4 points of cold damage. and you see that your cold damage seems to be even does not fully hurt him, so his resistance to cold as well.
Ah, yes, I like to be useless.
So he suffers only 2 points of damage.
Well, I can do anything. There's literally nothing I can do right now. So, that's all.
Okay. There's always magic missiles, by the way.
I need to save my spell slots.
Next up is Rend.
Okay, I'm gonna run over to Basil, and I'm going to hold my turn until he's up, because I am going to yeet him at the demon.
Okay. So you're ready, Yeet the Rabbit action.
Yes. Fastball special.
Okay, fair enough. So Rand, you pick up Basil and you ready yourself to throw him and you wait for that to happen, I guess. Okay.
Yes.
Throw the bunny 30 feet up in the air. Should be accomplishable. Fair enough. So that's your turn. Neo.
I'm thinking we have more of these things to destroy as soon as we do the other items that we're holding on to. Gonna save a lightning bolt and instead do a second level magic missile.
Okay, go for it. Oh no. That's a whole lot of damage.
Yep, that is 4d4 plus 4 because each one of those bolts.
Fun. That is enough to kill the creature. Just gets blasted in the face several times by several magic missile bolts, and then you just see the creature spiraling and careening towards the ground. And when he hits the ground, starts to munch at it pretty much, and the creature just squirms as its body sizzles and smokes. Its evil essence being leaking out of it, and eventually it's completely and fully undone. And as it does, you guys look around to try and see where were the other creatures, but they all have been eaten by the ground. And when you look up to try and find the soul that they were holding onto, the souls are no longer there. Well, the soul is no longer there, and you imagine that it made its way away from this place and has been freed. When you look down at the ground, there is still the item that you disenchanted from with the soul.
Does it look just like a normal item now, apparently?
What was the item again? I forgot.
It was a crystal.
Oh yeah, now it looks like a normal item that has no magical essence to it whatsoever.
Well, at least he's not being tormented anymore, whoever the soul was.
Just to point something out, we got 2 more of these to do.
Yes.
Shall we rest for a bit before we continue on with this?
A rest would be good.
Quickly, then I don't drop a spell slot because I'm still holding on to Moonbeam.
How
Well,
long
we
does
could
Moonbeam
continue.
last?
A minute.
So does Spiritual Weapon. We can keep this going.
Well, if you want to... Except isn't spiritual weapon... No, it isn't concentration.
No, but it lasts a minute. We've got a minute before Moonbeam goes and Spiritual Weapon goes.
Well, we can do it then.
Do it.
Par, let's keep it going.
Okay, so Craw and Par, the two of you, then quickly pull out the next magical item to start to disenchant. Craw quickly casts Protection from Evil, and Par spends another spell slot casting Remove Curse, I imagine.
Yes.
What item are you guys disenchanting this time around?
I do have the spindle thing.
Well, we know it works on the Nephilium, so do we want to try it on the bag of beans to see if it works on that?
Sure.
Do some science.
Alright, then Neo will quickly run up and put the bag of beans on the same place the gem is and run back and get ready.
While this is right, I'm gonna rage again because I have probably lost it.
Yeah, you probably unraged yourself as you were trying to think of, let's be expeditious about this. So yeah, all of you gather around the corner trying to protect both Cry and Par as they quickly cast their spells to make this whole thing go. And they do on the bag of beans. And yeah, once again you just see another spirit being jettisoned out of the item as the bag of beans just shudders and shakes and starts to sizzle and smoke out of it. And you see that as the spirit is jettisoned out, there's more creatures latching onto it, and once they realize that they have been pulled out of the crystal, they let go of the spirit, and all of them just kind of drop down around you all to get ready to attack. So
Initiative rolls again?
We can keep the same initiatives, I believe.
Yeah, this
Okay.
is just we're bringing your new combatants.
Sounds good to me.
Although the player would very much like to not have a 0 initiative, and
Just to make things a little bit easier on me, all of you guys gather around in the middle, keeping Par and Kra in the actual middle because they're the ones doing the whole thing. So you guys can organize yourself around the Chew or near the Chew, wherever you want to be.
I'm gonna keep Moonbeam behind the wall, but close enough that I can call it in a moment's notice.
Okay. So this the third turn of Moonbeams has gone by, so this is going to be the fourth turn of it.
All right, I will mark my concentration counter as such.
Thank you. And then you do see very close to you all as it's jetson out of the thing, 3 creatures showing up. 2 of them look like tiger folk, but you quickly realize that they're fiends. They have to be fiends. And one very giant ape looking creature who also looks very, very angry at all of you. And is ridiculously big. So they all roll for initiative, and top of the round is Basil.
Oh boy. Choices. Yeah. Basil's going to run up to the giant gorilla dude and start punching.
Go for it.
Uh, 19.
Hits.
That's 7.
Okay, 7 points of damage.
18.
18 hits.
Alright, and I'm going to, you do one more bonus action on arm.
Mm-hmm.
20.
Hits.
And that's 10.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to use a key point for Stunning Strike.
Stunning Strike.
DC 16.
Oh no. Why 16?
Because
Didn't you
I
miss
have
doing
20 wisdom, monk. Doug?
Didn't you miss hearing I want to stun it, Doug?
No.
I definitely want to stun this guy.
To be honest, I do not, but yeah, he is stunned.
All everyone heard before
PTSD.
Basil went charging to the big gorilla guy was, "Oh, he's mine."
It could be worse. It could be grapples.
Could be.
It could be grappled, stunned, and prone all in the same turn.
Thankfully he wasn't. So is that your turn, Basil?
Yep, that's my turn.
Okay, next up is Dinar.
Dinar is going to move toward this fellow over here and attack him.
Okay, go for it. As I try to recall what they can do.
Natural 20.
Oh no, okay, go for it.
12 points.
Mm-hmm.
Second attack.
What?
Another natural 20.
Whoop whoop.
Okay.
Woo!
And 12 points. Thank you, roll 20.
There might have been a glitch there.
Yeah, I agree. That might have been a glitch.
Meta attacking.
Oh, the matrix has been broken.
Whoa!
Deja vu, didn't this just happen?
This did just happen.
So yeah, Dinar, there's just a glitch in time continuing as you attack the creature and then attack again in the same way, shape, and form and deal the same amount of damage, and you think to yourself, wow, what the hell just happened?
I think there was a dragonborn sorcerer wizard here or something. Time magic.
Anything else you're doing?
That's it for the moment.
Okay, cool. Alright, next up is Sienna.
I'm sorry, I'm eating dinner.
Okay.
So we're going to spend our action moving Moonbeam.
Mm-hmm. Is that an action to do so?
It is an action, yes.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, Moonbeam would be broken.
It would be pretty broken if it was a bonus action, let me tell you.
Alright, a Constitution saving throw for this big ape dude.
Yep. Again, if it's a shape changer, it has disadvantage.
It is not, but it does fail. And suffers 13 points of radiant damage and is below half health.
Alright. And then we are going to send, as a bonus action, 1 Balm of the Summer Court to Rend. So he gets 4 health and 1 temporary.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to stay exactly where I am, and that's my turn.
Okay, now it's them. The guy who has just been attacked by you, Dinar, is going to go ahead and... He will...
Attack me back?
Yeah, he will do like the Empire and strike back.
Ba-dum.
With, he's gonna go ahead and, make 3 attacks with his longsword. So first is a natural 20 to hit.
Well, it only seems right. I mean, he hit me.
It's only fair.
When the blah hits a creature with a melee weapon attack, the attack deals an extra blah 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 damage of the weapon's type, and the creature must make a straight saving throw.
Strength saving throw.
Yep.
How about a 28?
Makes it. What? How? Okay, you make it. Yeah, you make it.
Oh, that was almost a natural 20, man.
But the attack does deal the extra damage, and because it was a crit, it deals double the amount of dice. So that's 4d10 actually.
40 damage?
4d10.
Oh.
Still, if it was max damage, oh good lord, that would have been 40.
So yeah.
So 25.
Oh, ow.
25 from the bonus damage, but from the attack itself, I'm trying to find because they wrote the damage in a weird way. Let me just try and figure this shit out here.
No rush.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's showing me 2 rolls because it was a crit, sorry. Plus 17 points of damage. I was trying to figure out why there were so many dice roll here.
So, after he hits me on the first attack, I'm going to throw a Vengeful Assault on him because he hit me, and now I'm going to hit him back.
Oh no, go for it.
How about a 26?
That hits.
11 points, and I'm going to throw my last smite into it.
Go for it.
So, 18 points.
Mm-hmm. Is doing poorly. By the way, Donar, you had 1 point of temporary hit points.
Yes, excuse me.
Anything else?
It's your turn.
I know, but it seemed like you
were... yeah. That's all my surprise mortal.
Okay. Now for his next 2 attacks. The second attack is 10, misses. And the third attack is a 19.
That hits.
Cool. You suffer 5 points of slashing damage.
Dinar is not looking good.
Not at all. And then he just stays there, positioning himself and readying himself for his next few flurry of attacks. Next up, the other guy is going to approach and is going to attack you, Sienna.
But why?
Because you just moved the moonbeam into the other guy. So yeah, he's going to move over there. He's going to make three attacks with its long sword. The first is 25 to hit.
Reaction.
Alright, that disadvantage then. So instead he rolls 23 to hit.
Yeah, still hits.
Okay, 14 points of slashing damage. And then two more attacks.
Well, I have to make a Constitution save on Moonbeam.
Yeah, that should do. Still up?
Yep.
The second,
because it's 10 or half the damage, right?
Mm-hmm. And half the damage would have been 7. So yeah, you maintain it. The second attack is a 19 to hit, which hits. So 9 points of slashing damage. Moonbeam is maintained. Next attack, last attack is 15 to hit.
That will miss.
Okay, that misses then. Alright, that's Oh, sorry, I forgot. Because he did hit you with an attack, you do suffer an extra 2d10 points of damage. 18 points of damage. And you also have to make a strength saving throw.
$17.
Makes it. So there you go. Still concentrating on Moonbeam and still alive. That's his turn.
Barely.
I have 4 health.
Next up is Par.
Channel Divinity.
Mm-hmm.
Sienna is getting full 30 HP.
Okay.
And 4 temporary.
Dinar is also under half.
You can only pick one, I believe.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't know how his divinity works.
I can bonus action Healing Word Dinar. But that's
Figured
that's
keeping Sienna alive was probably a better choice, considering that she can also do healing.
That's what I was going for.
I can't if there's a Roxasha next to me.
I can deal with it. Don't worry.
But yeah, Healing Word on Dinar.
Okay. By the way,
I'll do it at level 2.
okay. By the way, you're not concentrating on anything, Par.
Spiritual weapon.
It's not a concentration.
Spiritual weapon is not con.
Oh.
Dinar, you heal 11 hit points. Which is a lot, by the way.
Yes.
And
That's all I can do.
that's all Par can do. The big ape guy is stunned, so he misses his turn. Next up is Kra.
Let me see. I'm going to cast everything at Rakshasa number 1.
Okay. So
12.
you're casting magic missile at 2nd level, right?
Yep.
All right. So let me tell you about limited magic immunity. The Rakshasa cannot be affected or detected by spells of 1st level or lower, so thankfully you're casting at 2nd level. That's then 12 points of damage. He's still alive by just a thread. I completely forgot to say he was below half health. But yeah, he'll deal 12 points of damage. He's nearly dead. But still up.
That's all for my turn.
Okay. Next up is Rend.
Okay, first off, I'm still raging, so I'm going to run at this Rakshasa and bite attack him recklessly.
Ooh, bite attack?
Yes, the dog bite.
Okay. Do it.
There's an 18 hit.
It would have, but he casts shield as a reaction.
Does that be a 20 because I'm flanking with Sienna there?
Shield raises his AC by 5.
Yeah, I'm just making
crying and 0 reaction capability right now because I could totally counterspell a shield, but I don't have a reaction yet.
But I still got my second attack, which is going to be my double blade.
Yeah, okay. So go for it.
Natural 20!
Yes. Oh my god.
Okay. Go for it.
I think if you double natural 20, it just auto kills, right?
No.
I don't know why it's
Well,
doubling
there's
the
one
rage.
sword
Weird.
which, snicker snapper snap. There goes their head.
I don't know why it's doubling the rage. That's weird.
So
Can't
that's
figure it out.
15, 17 points of damage, right?
Yeah, 17 and bonus action attack.
Bonus action?
Because he can do that with the sword.
Oh, yeah,
Double-bladed scimitar.
25.
Hits.
And that's just a...
Even with shield.
Additional 7 points of damage.
Cool. Anything else?
That is my turn.
Okay. Neo.
How high are these walls that are around?
High-ish. They're like 6 feet. Well, not 6, like 5, 4 feet. They're high enough to hide behind, but not too high that you can't jump over them.
Okay. Don't know if I want to do that. I could probably. Nah, I'm not going to do that. Well, yeah, let me see. If I move there, can I hit number 2 with a lightning bolt? No, I can't. I would hit Rend also. Unless I do another careful spell.
The thing below you stuns, so it auto fails any dex.
Okay. I'll move there instead. I will I will lightning bolt the big gorilla thing as a bonus action with Quicken Spell.
Ooh, okay. Sure, it will fail its dex save. Automatically.
Then it will take all 35 points of this lightning bolt.
But halved because it is resistant.
Well, shit.
Now we know.
Yeah, you're not the only one who gets to have resistance to lightning. Okay.
Then I will turn around and puke some lightning at Rakshasa number 1.
Alright. Go for it.
Lower DC because I have to use Con instead of Charisma for that one.
And no, it's such bullshit. Dex, right?
Yes, Dexterity saving throw DC 13.
So it makes it with a 15. So it suffers half, which is 6. Which is enough to kill him. Because he only had 5 hit points. So he dies.
Oh, cool. In that case, I moved all of 10 feet. I'm going to use 10 more feet to stand next to Dinar, so I'm hopefully out of striking range of anything. Actually, 15 feet, so I'm not standing over a dead body.
Mm-hmm.
And that is my turn.
Okay. By the way, Par, on your turn, did you use your bonus action to Healing Word, right?
I did.
Okay. So next up is Basil.
Yeah, okay, so Basil, seeing that big monkey guy is stunned right now, he's going to take a deep breath and... boom. Key point for Force of the Inner...
Yes.
Okay.
And since he's stunned, I get my attacks at advantage, right?
Yes, advantage on all attacks.
Alright, here we go. He's just going to start punching like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
22?
Hits.
Oh, yeah. That is...
12.
19, that's like 23?
Hits.
Or no,
22 hits.
that's 9?
Okay, the creature is dead. It only had 2 hit points left.
Nice.
I love that
And-
ability.
And with that, how much... I've got 40 feet of movement, don't I?
Mm-hmm. You can reach the Rakshasa.
Monks.
Yep, I'm going to fly to the Rakshasa and take a attack, of course.
Okay.
Because, you know, he's not stunned or anything.
Yeah, it's a normal attack against him.
13, that doesn't make it.
Nope, he misses.
Alright, and... yeah, I'll stay here.
Alright. That's Basil's turn. Then next up is Dinar.
Dinar is going to move 5, 10, 15, 20 and attack the cat-like buddy creature flanking with Basil.
Okay. Roll high. You did.
How about a 22?
26 hits. Oh no, that is from flanking. So yeah, it hits 24.
Yes.
9 slashing damage. He
Second attack.
is below half health.
22.
Misses because of shield.
I can counterspell that now.
The
You already
shield
cast it.
We already cast it.
What do you mean? If I see him
Shield
casting...
lasts until the beginning of your next turn.
Oh, whoops. Okay.
That's it for me.
You were so eager.
I want to counterspell something.
Okay, so that's your turn. Next up is Sienna.
I'm gonna step forward 5 feet And I'm going to hit Dinar with some field surgery because I haven't hit him with that yet. So you heal 8 plus your level in hit points.
14.
Seeing he's still down a bit, I'm going to bonus action 2 Balms of the Summer Court to him. So you heal 7 more hit points and 2 temporary. And that is my turn because... Oh no, it used its reaction. Fuck it, I'm getting out of here. I'm gonna go stand next to Neo.
Okay. Fair enough.
She's right.
So, off you go. Flying.
I'm also gonna thank Par for saving my life because I had 4 hit points.
Indeed.
Channel divinity for me is great.
Thank you, Par. Thank you so much.
So next up is the last Rakshasa boy, who's at this point filled with anger and spite and such, and tossing more insults your guys' ways in Inferno. So he's going to go ahead and strike at whoever's closest. There's Dinar, there's Ren, and there's Basil. But he's going to go for Basil.
Of course, go for me.
Why doesn't he go for me? Attacks against me have advantage.
Because the bunny killed
Because
his
the
boss.
bunny just came in and tried to punch him in the face.
The bunny killed his boss.
Actually, my reasoning was that the Basil was the only good aligned creature nearby.
That is true, I am good.
So,
True.
there you go. And you know, they're evil.
They don't like good things.
No. So he's going to try and snuff the good thing that is Basil. So 3 attacks against you, Basil.
Okay.
First is a long sword attack. Misses with 11. This is going to be a sea of misses. Misses with 19?
19 hits.
Oh wow, finally something hits you.
AC 19, man. You have to break that, and you got it.
Okay, so you suffer 12 points of damage, slashing, and then another 12. So 24 total.
Okay.
And you make a strength saving throw.
And remember, you're at +3.
And
And
I
you have
also
that bless effect from being here.
Yep.
True.
Bless and aura.
And a natural 20.
Okay. Fine, I'll never tell you guys what it does then. The saving throw, you all been succeeding.
Doug, I've read this book cover to cover. I know these monsters. That's why I haven't done anything to them.
Sure. Last attack also hits with a 22. So Basil, that's another 12 points of slashing damage to you. And that's the end of the creature's turn. Can't do anything else. So next up is Upar. You just saw Basil get punched in the face relentlessly. Or rather, slashed at. Par, you are up.
Alright. We're gonna mace it to the face.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna hit it with my horns.
Okay. 17.
19.
Wait, that is from Blaz. Okay, so 19 hits because you are flanking.
And they have to make a strength save or be pushed.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, 4 points of damage. Your horns are not magical weapons, are they?
They're not.
Okay. Good to know. Strength save is said.
Yep. DC 14.
It makes it with a 21.
Ah, damn. It's a bonus action to use my spiritual weapon, right?
Yes.
You can only move it 20 feet.
Yeah. I'm gonna use a cantrip. Yeah, wait. Never mind, I don't have a bonus action cantrip.
Well, he didn't cast a spell this turn, so if you wanted to bonus action healing word on Basil, just as a player suggestion.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll use
I'm hurting
another
a little
healing
bit.
word at level 2.
Okay.
And because he is within 5 feet of me, he should benefit from temporary HP.
Mm-hmm. Which is equal to?
6.
So you also get 6 temporary hit points, Basil.
And added.
Anything else, Par?
That's it.
Okay, next up is Kra.
I'm going to cast Magic Missile at level 2 again.
Okay, go for it. Roll high. So 11, 12, 13 points of damage. So there's this spell that blocks magical missiles called Shield that he cannot cast because he already cast it once. So he will take those 13 points of damage.
Oh, so okay.
That's a once a day ability, unfortunately. For them, that is.
Well, good. Even if you tried casting it, would have counterspelled it anyway.
So yeah, he suffers a whole lot of points of damage. He is hanging on by a thread. He's looking very bad. Are you doing anything else, Kra?
Nope.
Okay. That brings us to Rend.
Reckless attack.
Go for it. That hits. Easily.
Does 13 kill it?
It does. Easily enough. With 13 points of damage, you just cut off his head. It falls to the ground and it just hisses as air escapes its form, and within a few seconds it starts to bubble in the ground and become another of that black goop. But you also see that this ground is absorbing and breaking apart this goopy essence that these creatures become, and fully
There's really nothing left, is there?
fully dissolving them. And as you guys quickly take a look around to assess your surroundings, you see that these creatures are done. You still have one last magical item, and you still have some spells going.
I would like to rest before that. I'm out of spell slots. I'm almost out of spell slots.
Okay, sorry guys.
Yes, I think a rest might be needed here.
You're just gonna see Basil, in the strangest thing, just fall back onto the ground and just be like, that would be good.
Gather here. I'm going to cast a tiny hut.
Okay.
I mean, we're fine. We're not gonna. We were told not to rest here. We were told not to stay the night here.
I don't think we can handle the next wave. Right now, we need to rest.
It's either that or we find a way to leave right now, which I don't know.
I mean, Sienna has her owls. All we have to do is walk back.
Well, I dropped concentration on the owls when I cast
How
Moonbeam.
do you feel you'd hold up, Sienna?
I mean, I'm doing good. I've used all of 2 spell slots today, because everything else is a Balm of the Summer Court and healer's kits.
I've been intentionally not using a 3rd level spell just so we can maintain the remove curse, or else I'd have a lot easier time keeping everyone alive.
Well, the question becomes, did that one have stronger fiends inside of it because it had been enchanted into an item? And are the crystals weaker because they're the raw state?
I think that could quite possibly be.
because it was an easier fight when we were dealing with the ones out of the crystal. The smaller enemies went down quicker. But
I agree.
we won't know without testing it because we only have 2 data points.
But if we head back, we've done good here, and if we head back, we can tell Adness and the guild that it's successful and that we can actually come to this plane. May it be dangerous, but we can actually free the souls out of those crystals.
I personally think we should do the last one. I have enough for everybody to stay alive. We just need to push.
Yes, but I think Kra needs to get back some of his power.
Yes, at least taking a short rest so he can use his arcane recovery.
A short rest would be good for me too. If we could do that.
But I really want this to be completed.
As
Short
do I,
rest.
dear.
Short rest gives me channel divinity back.
So how about a short
And
rest?
then I guess we're all taking a short rest then.
Okay, so all of you guys then you gather around and start to prepare yourselves to set up a tiny hut of a camp to protect yourselves from the elements as you take a short rest and prepare yourselves and discuss a little bit more strategy before going on with the next wave of whatever the heck is gonna be coming up next. And with that, as you're preparing to set up camp, your spells and things you were holding onto, they dissipate fully, and you think to yourself, what's gonna come up next once you try to break the enchantment, the evil binds that hold the souls in these artifacts that you hold in your hands. But despite that worry and preoccupation, you're also very happy knowing that despite being quite bothersome and takes a whole lot of effort, it is possible to free these souls and to help the people who have been trapped inside these crystals. And that brings you a sense of accomplishment unlike anything you have felt in quite a while. And that is where we're gonna finish today's episode, you guys.
Woo!
Woo!
Good berries would be lovely right now.
I got 49 of them. Take whatever you want.
I think you need them the most.
Take them. Just let me know.
Yeah, so you guys will be doing a lot.
I'll keep a couple on hand just in case for the next fight.
Ours taking 13.
We are going to die.
I'm down to 29.
I still have uses of cure wounds. I will not let anyone die.
I know.
Everyone
Because
is...
this last thing's just a vial. I don't think it'll be too horrible.
Yeah, everyone's at full hit points. So there you go.
I have 4 uses of cure wounds, one of which at level 2, and I still have an extra channel divinity.
I was just thinking I'll carry 3, so a few of them, just so that way if I need to pop one into someone's mouth to wake them up, I can shove it down them as an action.
I still have 2 bombs of the healing
Of course,
port.
I might also just grab one of the health potions to carry for the moment.
Well, I forget. So now that we're taking a short rest, I have both uses of Channel Divinity again, so that's 30 HP twice.
Does that comes back on a short rest for you?
I just looked at it. It says short
Channel Divinity
or
comes
long
back
rest.
on a short rest.
Wow.
It used to only be a long rest, but I think since we hit level 6, I think it changes.
No, I think it's always been a short rest.
Maybe. There are some things that change after level 6, but I don't know. But in any case, congratulations you guys for freeing those poor souls from these items. But we'll be coming back to Zenith next week.
That second fight, oh my gosh, that was actually kind of
Next
tough.
week?
Yeah.
Or the week after that?
You took out a gorilla almost by yourself.
Right.
Yes, but I was using a whole bunch of key for it.
Monks,
Yeah.
man. Monks.
I love monks. I'm so glad I got to see Force the Inner Self again.
God damn you, monks. But, oh no, Eagle Beth is here. But yeah, Regas is right. Not next week because we'll be skipping next week game just to allow teams to catch up again, as we do.
Okay.
So we'll not be having a game next week, unfortunately. But thank you guys for playing, and everyone else on Twitch. Thank you guys so very much for watching. Conquerors of Nolyn with Team Green and this uplifting place where we left the session with a combat that I was expecting to be much easier, but apparently wasn't. So maybe I need to look it up again. These stat blocks for these monsters. But
Rakshasa.
Well, it got a crit though.
it
That
did.
literally ripped through Donner.
And one of them was a stun, so there's I just don't know anymore. All my data has gone screwed. But in any
You
case,
gotta watch out for stunning monks, Doug.
Oh, I will. I mean, that goddamn ape has Constitution saving throw proficiency, and yet
I was figuring that he was going to save on that. I really felt it, Doug. I was just like, this guy's gotta have a high con.
and he
So,
does.
Basil, at later levels, you will just be ever so liberal and free with your key points. Don't
Just
worry about
key
it.
everything.
Oh no.
Well, I mean, I only went down to 2, and I was like, okay, if we have to fight more, I've still got 2 points. I still can do a couple things.
Oh, you guys.
Like,
But in any case,
I used to use like. Sorry, go ahead, Doug.
Stunning strike every turn.
thank you guys for watching. Do check up our game. Tuesday we'll only be having Team Red playing, so no yellow and no green next week. But that should be okay. Do check up the wiki for following up on what these people have been doing and writing about their characters. And if you would like to watch previous episodes, go over to my YouTube channel, and I'll be posting the links for both of those things in the chat, so you can follow them around. And other than that, hope you guys have an amazing weekend with your own D&D shenanigery, and we'll be seeing you guys next time. Goodbye, Twitch.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.